These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Right now, as you're watching this video, there are over 40 million people getting trafficked against their will. And what makes it even worse is that stat is notoriously underreported.
So many victims even know their traffickers well. A parent, a family friend, even spouses. 7 out of 10 victims are female.
1 out of 4 is a child. We gotta do better. We need you to enter the fight, and we need you now.
This is Dave. Dave doesn't know his home's flood zone and was not able to heed flood warnings. Dave and his home are soaked. This is Noah. Noah is an informed citizen. He was warned in advance about potential flooding in his area. Noah took precautions. Noah is dry.
Gotta save the animals too.
Good job, Noah. When it comes to flood warnings, be like Noah, not like Dave. For more information, visit hcfl.gov.net. Be safe, be informed, know your flood zone.
Is your local business or organization looking to give back to the community? Help keep our roads clean by joining the Adopt a Road program administered by Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Keeping our roads clean is a great way for team building as well as exposure for your business. Select the road your business wants to adopt and dispatch a team to remove litter and debris. Participants will receive 2 signs showing their organization's name as well as safety equipment and instructions for cleaning roads. You can help keep Tampa Bay beautiful by adopting your own road today. To learn more, visit hcflgov.net/cleanhc.
like about my morning commute? It's time to reflect. Ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep, like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. And we are a full board here today in person. And first we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'll ask that you stand if you're able to and join me for the pledge and invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I would like to give thanks for all of the groups and outstanding people that are going to be recognized for various things this morning. Also pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions this morning. Recognizing that one of the decisions to be made is regarding our county administrator, and we would just like to thank you for her leadership and service over the past year and for the outstanding job that she has done. Father, as always, I am thankful and ask for your blessings for first responders and members of our armed forces, that you will keep them safe and guide them each and every day. I give these thanks and ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, and we'll present two recognitions today. The recipients are joining the meeting virtually, and I will present the first proclamation, which celebrates the efforts of just a few of the many local organizations over more than the past year that have met the call of duty and done incredible service in this community. And this is a very special meeting. recognizing those. Is Kelly Cullen, Executive Vice President and COO of Tampa General, here with us today? Ms. Cullen?
Yes, they were here. Please stand by. Ms. Cullen, can you hear us?
Looks like this may have started, but I can't hear anything. It doesn't start until.
Ms. Cullen, can you hear us?
Start at 9. Yeah, and they're pretty, like, they're very, or most of the time, most of them start right. So I think I saw the head gal.
Ms. Cullen, can you hear us?
I thought, yeah.
Ms. Cullen, if you could hear us, you're currently, we have you muted. If you can unmute. I believe she's having issues hearing us currently.
I'm just wondering if we should move on maybe to the next recognition and go back. And we'll start, in addition to Tampa General, which we will move back to shortly as soon as we have contact there. We have many other groups throughout the community who have assisted people during the worst days of this pandemic, and there were a lot of them, unfortunately. In honor of Public Service Week, the Board of County Commissioners will be presenting commendations to over 50 county government partners, academic institutions, and for-profit and not-for-profit organizations. And I will say not all inclusive either of all the efforts that have been done in this community, just recognizing some of the great work that was done. But those who have been very instrumental in serving this community today, each county commissioner will recognize just a few of these organizations. And I'll begin with Commissioner Cohen and begin with your recipients.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning. Before I recognize the organizations that are on my list, I will read the commendation text, which will be individually personalized for each organization that is being honored today. It reads, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to recognize these organizations for their dedication to service while overcoming the daunting challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since March 2020, Hillsborough County for-profit and nonprofit organizations, in addition to government partners and academic institutions, have worked tirelessly to collaborate to provide impactful and inspirational public service to residents during the pandemic. Their heartening actions, advocacy, and innovation helped preserve quality of life, strengthened hope, and encouraged all to adapt to adjust to a difficult circumstance. Following public health guidelines, offering alternative methods of employment, and providing health care and food to those in need are just a few examples of how these organizations have harnessed their creativity and determination to continue serving the public. Their efforts and generosity are a testament to their compassion, resolve, and dedication to public service. The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby commend these organizations for their commitment and steadfast service in times of need, and thanks them for all they have done for the betterment of the community. And these commendations are executed the 16th day of June, 2021, and signed by all 7 county commissioners. At this time, I'm going to mention the organizations that are on my list to recognize, and then we're going to go around to each of the commissioners to talk about over 50 organizations that are receiving this commendation today. On my list, though, are 5 organizations who truly have made an outstanding difference over the course of the past year. The first is the Crisis Center, TransCare Ambulance Services. I believe that Clara Reynolds is on the line today. The Crisis Center does exemplary work 365 days a year, but what many people may not be aware of is that they really shifted their mission during COVID and became a major provider of vaccines, particularly those who are homebound. And my recollection, and this may be off, is that they provided some 16,000 vaccines over the course of the pandemic once the vaccines became available. So we congratulate the Crisis Center and thank them for everything that they do. I believe that John Flanagan is here from CareerSource Tampa Bay. CareerSource really helped triage thousands of people who found their economic lives disrupted during the pandemic, and CareerSource has been the source for finding employment for many, many people in this community as they've navigated these troubled waters, and we thank them for their work over the past year. Metropolitan Ministries, and I believe Tim Marks is here today representing that stellar organization. Metropolitan Ministries does such good work in so many areas that it's impossible to pigeonhole them into one category. But the fact is that there are thousands of people in need all the time in our county who depend on Metropolitan Ministries for lodging, for shelter, for food, for clothing, for all of the necessities of life that can help them to get back on their feet. And we particularly appreciate the work that they did over the past year. The Spring of Tampa Bay is represented today by Mindy Murphy, their longtime executive director. As many people are aware, the Spring provides refuge, comfort, and services to individuals who are the victims of domestic violence. And as we know, during the COVID pandemic, unfortunately, stress levels are very high, and it was very important that the Spring continue to provide its services in a confidential, safe location throughout the course of the pandemic, as they do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the rest of the year. And we appreciate the really, really stellar work and dedication by all of the employees of the Spring of Tampa Bay. And no recognition would be complete without mentioning and celebrating Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, and I believe that Chief Dennis Jones is with us today. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue obviously has major responsibilities related to public safety in this community, but they went above and beyond every day of this pandemic, providing tests, providing vaccines, doing a lot of the work that Hillsborough County needed to get done, in which we, quite frankly, are not equipped with an awful lot of our regular personnel. But Hillsborough County Fire Rescue stepped up. They kept us safe. They kept our citizens safe. And we are very, very appreciative for the Herculean efforts of everybody in the Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Department. At this time, I am going to turn it over to Commissioner Hagan, who is going to be the next presenter.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. I'm very pleased to recognize 5 very special organizations in our community who really went above and beyond the call of duty to serve the public during the pandemic. The first is Hope Street Tampa One More Child. Is a faith-based organization that mainly serves the community of Sulphur Springs. While their range of services vary, one of the most valued activities are their food distribution and backpack program. This is for families hit hard by job loss and financial hardship, as well as for school children who miss meals due to school closures. Another core program they run is a diversion mentoring program along with the DJJ, which helped keep boys and girls stay out of jail. This had the added benefit of reducing their exposure to the virus that was prevalent in so many detention centers. With us today from One More Child, our program directors Philip Witten and Keith Babb. Thank you very much. The second organization is Pepin Distributing. Pepin Distributing is one of Florida's largest bottler and distributor. To paraphrase the owner, Tom Pepin, they owe their success to the communities they serve. During the time of our region's greatest need, this company closed a portion of its plant, stopping production, and repurposed the space so healthcare providers could come in and administer much-needed testing and vaccines to anyone seeking help. Representing Pep and Distributing is Employee Relations Manager, Ms. Genesis Smith. And thank you for being here, Ms. Smith. The Northdale Owls, the Owls, which stands for Older, Wiser, Livelier Seniors, is a tight-knit group of nearly 1,000 members. This group is known far and wide for their vitality. As a result of their hard-charging advocacy for the vaccinating of seniors early on, this group was able to organize a mass vaccination event. In less than 48 hours, the group was able to coordinate the successful inoculation of approximately 560 seniors. Joining us is their founder, the big hoot himself, Bill Castens. Bill, thanks for everything you do. Fourth is a community food pantry. This is an outreach ministry founded by the Village Presbyterian Church, working in partnership with Feeding Tampa Bay. Their mission is to end the physical and emotional hunger of families in a dignified way. In 2018, they provided over 650,000 meals, but the pandemic significantly increased the need and the silent spread of suburban poverty. Through all the various challenges, the pantry stayed true to their mission, and the people benefited. Here on behalf of the Community Food Pantry is their director, Monica Wilson. And last but not least is the Islamic Society of Tampa Bay. Few know that the mosque, besides being one of the region's largest worship centers, hosts a number of social services, including the Red Crescent Clinic of Tampa Bay. This is where volunteer healthcare workers are committed to provide medical services to all, regardless of gender, age, national origin, race, ethnicity, religion, or ability to pay. This goal was put to the test when the clinic sponsored a public vaccination center. Hundreds were successfully vaccinated in a community where the residents are often overlooked. Area residents are better off thanks to the clinic's humble service. Representing the Islamic Society of Tampa Bay is their administrator, Mr. Mohammed Akkad. I just want to express my thanks and gratitude to all of these folks and organizations for their valued and selfless service at a time when our community needed it the most. Thank you very much for your service. And now I'll pass things on to Commissioner Myers.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Hagan. I'd like to recognize the following organizations: Aikens Funeral Home, Goose Funeral Home, and Ray Williams Funeral Home, which will be LaShara Aikens, Ron Goose, and Jeffrey Rose. During the 2020 last year, during the pandemic, you provided a pivotal service to families who were in need and lost a loved one. You comfort them, you kept your doors open during that time, and you showed the community that you care. You did not hold off and postpone a funeral service with anyone during that time who were in time of need. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being a part of our community, because last year was so challenging for many of us, but you saw a need to help those who were crying, who were in pain, and came to your funeral home, and you offered a service to them. East Tampa Business and Civic Association, Palm River Family Services, Corporation to Develop Communities of Tampa, and James Winston Green Foundation Forever, and Stone Soup Company, which will be represented by State Representative Darren Hart, Tony Alderman, Ernest Coney, Nadia Roberto, and Lydia Goldberg. You provided food to the families who were hurting, who had lost jobs, and they came to them. During this time, you made sure that you reached out to various restaurants in our community and partnered with them, so that, which would be Open Cafe, 7th and Grove, to make sure hundreds and hundreds of people were in line to receive a hot meal for individuals and families. And thank you for the priceless service that you gave to each one. So I commend all of you all during the pandemic, that you showed that you cared here in Hillsborough County, and that the people that are in need, you're still there for them, and you are continuing to provide the same services to them today. And thank you so much. And at this time, I will turn it over to Commissioner White.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. When I think of the pandemic, particularly those first several months, there are many groups that stepped up to the plate as evidenced by all these recognitions that we're doing today. But for me, 4 distinct groups come to mind. Those who helped local businesses stay afloat, those who helped provide food and provisions to those who had fallen on hard times, first responders, and frontline healthcare professionals. And at this time, I would like to recognize some organizations that are representative of these 4 groups. I'll start with the Riverview Chamber of Commerce. We have Tanya Doran here today representing the Riverview Chamber. They are arguably the most active chamber in my district, and they were instrumental in connecting businesses to help when needed. Next is the Sun City Center Emergency Squad. We have Mike Bardell, who's the chief, and team number 4 here with us today. And they provide first responder services that augment the county services on a volunteer basis to residents of Sun City Center. And they pressed on tirelessly throughout the pandemic. Next, we have the United Food Bank of Plant City. We have Mary Hasek here today representing the United Food Bank. And they serve not only incorporated Plant City, but many surrounding unincorporated communities as well. And just like so many of the groups that are being recognized today, they experienced a tremendous uptick in need throughout the pandemic and stepped up to the plate to meet those needs. Next, we have Echo of Brandon, and we have Eleanor Saunders here today representing Echo. Echo has been a nonprofit organization in the Brandon area for a long, long time, and they provide provisions such as food and clothing to those who have fallen on hard times, as well as a multitude of life rebuilding programs. And just like everyone else I'm recognizing today, they didn't miss a beat and just pressed on throughout the pandemic, even with the uptick that they experienced. There's the Outreach Free Clinic and Resource Center in Brandon, and we have Allison Alvarez Hedrick here today representing the Outreach Clinic. That's another nonprofit that's been in Brandon for a long, long time. They provide health care services to those in need, those that are uninsured, and certainly have been a group of frontline health care professionals that have just continued on throughout the pandemic. And last but certainly not least is Suncoast Community Health Centers, and we have the CEO Brad Harrimans here today representing Suncoast. You all know that I have a relationship with Suncoast as a frontline pharmacist, and I have witnessed the hard work that's been done at Suncoast with my own 2 eyes. We have an outstanding group, a team, an army of frontline healthcare professionals with Suncoast that have just kept on day to day. Suncoast was instrumental in the vaccination efforts here in Hillsborough County early on from the very beginning. So we owe Suncoast a debt of gratitude for that. And with that being said, I will hand it over to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. The COVID pandemic is still weighing on working conditions throughout the county. In many places, people have had to deal with serious illness and even death of their coworkers, clients, friends, and family. And these organizations we honor today have persevered during these difficult times to deliver public services. Therefore, for Public Service Week this year, I'm pleased to be able to recognize the following outstanding community partners and agencies for their work during the height of the pandemic over the past year. The Safe and Sound Initiative was created by a group of local independent venues, restaurants, and business owners who were committed to keeping their customers and employees safe by following CDC guidelines during the COVID-19 pandemic. These founding businesses included Crowbar, Ella's Americana Folk Art Cafe, Hooch and Hive, The Hub, the Independent Tampa New World Brewery, and shuffle. These are some of the locally owned independent venues that really make our community what it is and express our community character. They educated and encouraged other businesses to commit to the same standards so that we could create a safer community while reopening the economy. Pet rescues were another vitally important entity during the pandemic, as the need for help for sick, stray, and abandoned animals never ceased. These rescues continued, often under difficult circumstances, and also provided much-needed assistance to our county's pet resources. The list of pet rescues we honor today is Animal Lovers Dream Rescue, Cat Haven Rescue, CJ Paws, the Critter Adoption and Rescue Effort, otherwise known as CARE, Fox Foster Kittens, Happy Tails Cat Rescue, Perfect Angels Cat Rescue, that's Perfect Angels Cat Rescue, Rescue Cats of Florida, St. Francis Society Animal Rescue, and the PIBA Foundation, PIBA. And now I move to Bay Area Legal Services, which began with 4 lawyers working out of a storefront office in 1967. Now, this nonprofit law firm helps thousands of low-income individuals get high-quality legal services and, through various specialized programs, assists foster children, domestic violence survivors, and veterans, and more. Now they continue to help the public with various issues tied to the pandemic, such as evictions, scams, and unemployment assistance. Thank you, Bay Area Legal Services, for the work you do to help so many in our community. Finally, as chair of the HART Board, I am honored to recognize HART, the Hillsborough Area Regional Transit Authority. Throughout the pandemic, the employees of HART have remained steadfast in delivering transit services despite the constraints of our extremely slim budget. Our bus operators have continued providing essential services, taking people to work, to medical appointments, and other necessary trips. During a time when many people were able to hunker down and work from home, the frontline workers at HART suited up and showed up to serve the public day in and day out at considerable risk to their own health and safety. Our bus operators are trained to deal with the public and all that entails on a good day or a bad day. The long days of the pandemic often brought new challenges as tensions ran high among the public facing new rules for social distancing and mask wearing. Through these challenges, as some within their own ranks fell ill with COVID, the HART workers throughout the ranks, operators, maintenance workers, managers, and all, earned the hashtag HART Heroes. I want to give special thanks to Ms. Adelie LeGrand, the new CEO of HART, who has stepped up to lead HART through our challenges and has begun implementing various initiatives throughout the agency that have us all feeling assured that the agency is in very good hands. Ms. LeGrand is accepting this award on behalf of the agency, and she is here with us today. I'm pleased to see her. Ms. LeGrand, thank you for your work, your leadership, and all you do to serve our residents. And I will now turn it over to our chair, Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. And thank you for, to HART holds a special place, I think, in many of our hearts. And we are pleased to see them because they certainly had a rough time during this pandemic and did a lot of service and assistance to so many people, critical. As well, Bay Area Legal Services, where I spent a few years of my life. And I know that they step in there and do, as well as my aide, who spent more years of her life doing the good service that Bay Area Legal Services do. And of course, Commissioner Cohen career source that did so much for providing people who were in desperate need for jobs, employment during this time. I will start out by with a commendation or recognition to Tampa General Hospital, but I want to give a special recognition for that. So we will do that at the end of all of our recognitions. And here to accept will be Kelly Cullen. I think we've made some contact there, so we'll do that. Tampa General, as we all know, has been critical during this. They've responded to the pandemic with innovation and speed, saving lives. We've lost so many lives in Hillsborough County, unfortunately, over this last year to COVID. Certainly in greater than 1,000, and there's been a lot of lives that were saved as well, Tampa General being the leader in that. It was one of the first to build in-house testing in their TGH lab. They also played a strong role in vaccine distribution, as we all know. Since the pandemic began, TGH has opened a one-of-a-kind Global Emerging Diseases Institute in collaboration with the USF Health Morsani College of Medicine, which is an amazing resource that we have here in Hillsborough County for the future. To ensure our ability to provide world-class care for COVID-19 and other infectious diseases, this is life-saving work, as we know. So thank you to TGH, and that will be coming shortly, that we will be doing a special proclamation. Also receiving a commendation is Feeding Tampa Bay, President and CEO Thomas Mance. As the pandemic came upon us, Feeding Tampa Bay launched mega pantries that allow them to feed more people. They provided over 90 million meals and 500,000 prepared meals across Tampa Bay. Additionally, they provided support for over 400 charity partners. Feeding Tampa Bay has worked tirelessly and dedicated volunteers and partners to feed families in Hillsborough County and actually in 10 counties around the region. And for all that, we say thank you. I will say that at some point for several months, they were doing a pantry out at near Raymond James and HCC, where they had cars come weekly to pick up groceries. And the first weeks, I think 1,500 cars showed up on a Saturday morning. This is just one small part of what they do. 1,500 cars. As the weeks went by, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. I was there when 4,000 cars were, around the streets, filling the parking lots in a queue, coming 4 hours early. They started, I think, at 8. People started lining up at 3:30 and 4 in the morning. So this was a desperate, desperate need. And boy, did Feeding Tampa Bay rise to the occasion. And we are grateful for all they're doing to move forward with food insecurity and literally feeding Tampa Bay. So I'm very happy also to give the next commendation to Enterprising Latinas. Liz Gutierrez is here with us to accept it today. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Enterprising Latinas organized Why Mama Together collaborative, comprised of over 20 organizations to create a community-driven response plan. They do amazing work in Why Mama in that area. As a result, hundreds of families were able to keep their jobs, pay household bills, and stay housed and safe. So very much thank you to Enterprising Latinas for all their great work. As well, Sarah Combs is here to receive a commendation for the University Area CDC. I'm just taken by the work that the CDC has done in the USF area for the past year and a half during COVID, providing nearly 5,000 families with nourishing food and supplies with the help of their valued partners. I'm sure Feeding Tampa Bay was part of that. And with the newly built Harvest Hope Park, which is beautiful, you should see it if you haven't, and free mental health group therapy, the University Area CDC has made employees and the community their #1 priority. So thank you to Sarah and all the University CDC staff for the amazing work you do. And finally, Receiving the commendation for the Florida Institute for Community Studies is Elaine Unterberger. Elaine and her team focused on doing home visits to deliver food, and I see you brought some children. Oh, they're gone there, but to deliver food, donations, and PPE. And with the help of partners, they created hashtag vaccines for farm workers, getting 800 farm workers vaccinated, and running the Summer for Success program. So this amazing list of groups that we had out there that just really stepped up to serving this community during this pandemic. And with that, Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. It's always a privilege to somewhat be last, even though we've rearranged it a little bit. But I would say that I concur with all of our colleagues on your lists. We have had some amazing organizations that have stepped up and been our neighbors and been a neighborhood as a community and really made a difference. I want to share why I've nominated the organizations and individuals that I have nominated that I'll read in a moment. When it is said it takes a village, there is no truer time where this has been evident than when we were thrown into the COVID-19 pandemic. From the grassroots warriors that were boots on the ground, gathering strangers together to produce face coverings and PPE, to the farmers in our region who came together to make sure everyone had food that they needed to survive, and redirecting their unsold crops from restaurants to food pantries, to the medical clinics that serve our often forgotten neighborhoods. I can't say enough about our preeminent university, the University of South Florida. They answered the call day and night, creating tools, offering their experience and themselves every time they were asked. They met the challenge, and well, they weren't even when they weren't even asked. Thank you all. There will never be enough words to thank you all. And I would like to recognize the following commendation recipients. First of all on my list is the Tampa Family Health Centers, and Harold Jackson is representing it. They stood up and made sure they reached out to families and provided services as well as access to vaccine. MRG Labs, a local fellow that has a business, Michael Quinn and Daniel Sullivan got together and started making masks and shields, actually face shields, not only for our health professionals when they couldn't get the shields to protect them while they were actually helping those that had been infected by COVID, but also making those that had children designs and animals on them so that kids would feel comfortable wearing a shield if they were unable to feel comfortable wearing a mask. What a creative way of actually solving a problem. All volunteer, all charitable donations in order to make that effort work. The Hillsborough County Farm and the Farm Bureau, represented by Judy Whitson here today, really stepped up in making sure and coordinating food distribution and being able to get foods to people who so desperately needed it. The next list I'm going to have to go through and mention a lot of folks, but I'm going to go through the list and then I'll mention some special folks that actually provided us with some guidance. The USF College of Public Health, USF Health, USF Health Tunasia College of Pharmacy, the USF College of Arts and Sciences, the USF Health College of Nursing, the USF Emergency Management Group, as well as the USF Health Mersani College of Medicine, provided us with guidance all the way along the way to assist us in being able to effectively understand what we were dealing with and how to provide the best advice and protocols in order to help our citizens be safe, our businesses operate, and to make sure that we could do what we needed to do to protect our public. Tom Unash designed a syndromic surveillance system and helped the Florida Orchestra to continue performing. Marissa Levine, Dr. Levine, actually helped a myriad of institutions with reopening plans and serving as a calm voice in the media. Jason Salemi designed and shared his own COVID-19 dashboard. Edwin Michaels offered a predictive model that we used for being able to discern how to address the surges we were seeing. Janice Zigbor and Sommerberg recruited hundreds of volunteers to conduct contact tracing, work at testing sites, and help with vaccinations. Donna Peterson, Dr. Donna Peterson, every time I called her, she answered the phone and she helped us by acting as an expert consultant to the early EPG, giving us guidance not only for our citizens, but specifically for our pediatric community. And Dr. Eric Eisenberg helped craft a communication strategy for the county to get the information out for our citizens. Summer Decker devised a nasal swab that could be quickly reproduced through 3D printing technology so that we could actually do effective testing. Michael Tan provided consistent, calm guidance to the public regarding a myriad of media interviews. Asia Oxner created a COCO clinic, or COVID-confirmed clinic, to care for the uninsured and underinsured COVID patients. Hayward Brown and Charles Lockwood each spent hours at the county testing sites, arranging for countless volunteers, physicians, staff, and students to keep them going. Terry Ashmead vaccinated many underrepresented minority communities. Kevin Sneed and Angela Hill increased vaccination rates in the Black community through countless town hall discussions in churches and in our neighborhoods. Arlene Calvo and Miguel Riena Ortiz designed a vaccination campaign in Spanish for our Latinx communities. And through the College of Nursing, Ursha Menon and the College of Nursing sent teams to long-term care facilities to test and manage positive cases among these high-risk populations. Jen Fleshman, the director of USF Department of Emergency Management, worked with the county to set up a testing site on the campus and later a vaccine site on the campus in partnership with the James A. Haley Veterans Administration. And some special recognition to a few. Don Mullins, among other efforts, he played a significant role in coordinating USF Health clinic faculty to staff the Hillsborough County COVID-19 testing sites. The Assistant President of Health Affairs and the Government Relations USF Health were instrumental in making this happen. Cami Kim, our doctor, launched several key clinical trials related to hopeful treatments for COVID-19 and was part of the team testing the USF Health 3D nasal swab. And then Michael Tan, as I mentioned earlier. Among several efforts, he was a part of the team of the USF Health 3D nasal swab, giving us the technologies to be able to help us understand where the virus was, who had it, and how to make sure that those persons in our community stay safe. And one organization I haven't mentioned, a group of individuals in the Heights community, as we were talking about safe and sound earlier, that came together to do great things. That's not on my list is the Heights Bicycle Brigade. A group of cyclists throughout our community, one of the largest bike clubs in Hillsborough County, got together and retrofitted their bicycles to go to the restaurants that didn't have their dining rooms open to be able to deliver home-cooked, restaurant-cooked foods that we were all dying to have to neighbors in the area where they could cycle to. They took upon themselves to gather volunteers every evening, 7 days a week, to be able to have restaurant food when we were all eating our own for the first time in months. So kudos to the Bike Brigade. Thank you, for all of you, for everything you've done. We couldn't have gotten through it without you. And these organizations will receive a digital version of their accommodation after the conclusion of our presentation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to our chair. But thank you all for doing everything that you've done to get us through this time period, the true definition of community as well as public service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And it always comes down to food, doesn't it? When you made the, Commissioner Smith, when you had the restaurant list, I just thought, oh, that's my to-go list that I call all the time. But now during the pandemic turned into that. And so we will now return. And thank you to everyone. It's just been an amazing list and amazing to see from all the various communities the responses that have happened in so many different ways. With that, I'm going to present the proclamation to the commendation to Tampa General Hospital to wrap this all up. And I believe that we will have Kelly Cohen, Executive Vice President and COO of Tampa General. You are present today. I can see you. Can we hear you?
I'm here. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. So with that, we know that Tampa General was so essential. We are so blessed, I think, to have Tampa General here in Hillsborough County in Tampa. March 1st, 2020 was a pivotal moment in our county's history. That was a day that the governor declared a state of emergency in Florida after the first confirmed COVID-19 infections were found in the state. Seems like a very long time ago, including in Hillsborough County. And since that day, the coronavirus outbreak has impacted the lives of all of our residents and visitors. Hillsborough County, its staff, government partners, academic institutions, for-profit, not-for-profit, volunteers have dedicated themselves to serve the public's need during this challenging time. We heard from so many of them. These organizations, and in particular our first responders and healthcare workers, are true heroes who have worked tirelessly for our community's health and prosperity. For their commitment and steadfast service in times of crisis, it's my pleasure to present this proclamation to Tampa General Hospital Vice President and COO Kelly Cohen, declaring June 21st through June 27th as Public Service Week. The proclamation reads, whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted more than 180 nations, infected millions, and killed more than 3 million people, and whereas in addition to the health dangers and loss of life, the pandemic created havoc for businesses and economies, leading to job losses and disrupted lives. And whereas county government partners, academic institutions, and for-profit and not-for-profit organizations in Hillsborough County persevered, overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges through commitment and creativity to serve the public and help people survive and even thrive during this pandemic. And whereas in 2002, the United Nations General Assembly designated June 23rd as Public Service Day, celebrating the value and commitment of public service. And whereas Hillsborough County acknowledges its partners, academic institutions, and all for-profit and not-for-profit organizations in the area that have dedicated themselves to overcoming the challenges posed by the pandemic, serving the public and meeting the needs of residents. And whereas in honor of these organizations' commitment to service and the health and well-being of the public they serve, Hillsborough County is proud to recognize their dedication and inspiring efforts. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare June 21st through June 27th, 2021 as Public Service Week in Hillsborough County, and encourages all residents and visitors to recognize the numerous organizations and businesses that have worked together to provide impactful service to the community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Executed the 16th day of June 2021, signed by all 7 commissioners. And Ms. Cullen, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much. As it has been told, I'm Kelly Cullen. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Tampa General, and I had the honor of leading the response for Tampa General. But I want to accept this recognition on behalf of John Kors, who really wanted to be here today, but he is taking a much well-deserved vacation with his family. So he sends his regards to all. You know, we've learned many lessons through this pandemic, and it's been a really tough year for everyone. But one of the lessons that I think the biggest lesson that we have learned is we would not have a successful COVID-19 response as we did without all of our community partners working as hard as everybody did. And just hearing the recognition of all of those partners is just truly heartwarming for me. And we're truly honored to be among many of the community partners that were recognized today. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the commission and this entire group for all of their hard work through this pandemic. We're not over it yet, but we're, as John says, we're in that final inning, and we're going to get through this thing. And to me, we're all heroes in this fight. So thank you so much for the recognition.
And thank you for those words recognizing all the community and for all the work that Tampa General has rose to the challenge in such a great way. Thank you so much. And our final recognition will be presented by Vice Chair Commissioner Overman. You're recognized.
Thank you, thank you. And actually, I left one off the list. The Mass Project of Tampa Bay, mass created homemade masks when we couldn't get them anywhere. So they were actually on my list, and I omitted mentioning their name. But with that, I'm actually moving into another proclamation. Although it's kind of hard to follow this one. But it's important to recognize the certain times of the year that we recognize important times. And June 2021 is the Homeownership Month. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this, and I'm thrilled to present this recognition. There are the following people here with us this morning. I'm looking for Ida Campbell, the local board president.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. Good to see you this morning. Ida is the local board president of the Women's Council of Bay Area Association of Realtists. Isa Antonio Thomas, are you here? Are you present?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Good morning.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us this morning. She is the executive director of Solida's House. And Sylvia Alvarez, the executive director of the Housing and Education Alliance. I believe she's here as well.
I'm here, Commissioner.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. This issue is very important to me. Becoming a homeowner and maintaining a safe haven is not easy. This is where our three guests and their respective organization come in. They provide numerous vital services, including financial education and other learning opportunities, housing counseling, and down payment assistance. Through their efforts, residents build the skills needed to become homeowners, and successful ones at that. The dedicated, guided hands of these organizations help strengthen our communities and provide the security and personal wealth individuals might never have achieved. So I'm pleased to read the proclamation for today. It reads, whereas owning a home is an integral part of the American dream and enhances the well-being and pride and prosperity of families, and whereas home ownership strengthens communities economically and culturally, and it encourages residents to be more active and invested in their neighborhoods, and whereas the National Housing Act, signed into law by President Franklin Roosevelt in June of 1934, made home ownership available to millions of families who previously could not afford their own homes. And whereas 15 years later, President Harry Truman signed a new housing initiative, the National Housing Act of 1949, which has served more than 4.5 million families in rural America. And whereas developers, lenders, real estate professionals, nonprofit counselors, and government agencies work together to promote and preserve home ownership opportunities for residents, and whereas the home ownership rate in Florida was 68.1% in the first quarter of 2021, while the overall U.S. rate was 65.6%, generating jobs of personal income and providing financial and personal security for millions of families. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic underscores the importance of a home, which can serve as a workplace, as a school, a playground, and many, many other things for many Americans. And whereas established in 2002, the National Homeownership Month is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's celebration of families who achieve their dreams through hard work and determination. And whereas Hillsborough County recognizes numerous impacts of homeownership and applauds the work of the Women's Council of Bay Area Association of Realtists, Inc., Salidas House, and the Housing and Education Alliance to help county residents achieve the American dream, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare June 2021 as Homeownership Month in Hillsborough County, and applauds all the efforts to help the residents become homeowners and contribute to their communities, executed the 16th day of June of 2021. I'm going to ask each of our recipients to make just a couple of comments because we're running really long this morning with such wonderful accommodations. But Ms. Campbell, Ms. Antonio, and Ms. Alvarez, would you like to say a few words, Ms. Campbell, beginning with Ms. Campbell?
Yes, thank you so very much. First of all, I want to thank the entire board of the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners for this proclamation and this recognition. I also would like to thank every Women Council member that's on the line here this morning. Especially I want to recognize our chair, Madam Cassie Stanley. She's coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. So I want to say thank you to our Women Council member friends, my sisters, and thank you to the Board of County Commissioners again.
Thank you. Ms. Antonio Thomas?
Yes, good morning. On behalf of our Board of Directors, my team at Salidas House, and all the customers that we serve, we truly appreciate this recognition, and we promise that we are determined and passionate to continue to do the good work that we do here for our residents and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. And Ms. Alvarez? You need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and a very heartfelt thank you to the full Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, and especially to Commissioner Overman, who has a strong commitment to affordable housing. We can't thank you enough, our board and staff. This is validation of our work and represents the over 40,000 residents that we've helped achieve the dream of home ownership, the 14,000 that came to us for free foreclosure prevention counseling. And when you do what you love, it isn't work. I like to say that I've been in housing since I was 9 years old when I helped my parents purchase their first home because they couldn't speak the language. So I was a translator for them, and that's where I fell in love with housing. I saw what it did for them. And next year, we're going to be celebrating 20 years of making dreams come true. So stay tuned. We've got a lot of new things coming that are going to really make a big difference. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And thank you so much for the recognition. And I want to honor also the co-recipients of this who I know do a lot of hard work in this area. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for the work that you do. You help stabilize our communities and create wealth within families, but without that, we are not better off without you. So I thank you so very much, and I'll turn that back over to Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And we learned a lot of great works in Hillsborough County today. Thank you to everyone for all the wonderful work you do in making Hillsborough County a great place to live and serving all the needs, particularly during this really difficult past year that we've had. It's great to learn of all this. And with that, we will move to approval of changes to the agenda, removal of consent items. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We have a few changes to the agenda. Item B3 at 11 is now a time certain at 11:15. This is to approve the film studio request for proposals in the form as presented. We have one item that is removed from consent for highlighting. This is item A25, removed by Commissioner Overman. Award a contract to the highest ranked and best qualified firm for the development of a community equity profile and related services. We have one item that is removed from consent for discussion or questions. This is item A52, removed by Commissioner Overman as well. This is item A52G, and it is to appoint to the Historical Advisory Council. This is BOC appointments. We have several items for time certain. At 10 a.m., the first public hearing, item D1, is to conduct a public hearing establishing a stormwater hardship exemption program. Item D2 is a public hearing to adopt the amendments to the Hillsborough County Construction Code in order to ensure continued compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program. Item D3 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt amendments to the Hillsborough County Land Development Code, also in order to ensure continued compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program and to maintain the county's Class 5 rating under the community rating system. Item D4 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt amendments to the Hillsborough County Mobility Fee Program ordinance that would ensure its compliance with the amended Florida Impact Fee Act. Item D5 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt an amendment to the Hillsborough County Consolidated Impact Assessment Ordinance that would ensure its compliance with amended Florida Impact Fee Act. Item G1 is at 10:30. This is to receive a status report regarding the African American Art Museum and Cultural Center for Hillsborough County. At 10:45, item B4 is to approve the intercity ferry service operating agreement between Hillsborough County and HMS Ferries for the purpose of intercity ferry service between Tampa and St. Petersburg. Item F3 at 11 o'clock is to approve and adopt the proposed board policy on sexual harassment in the workplace, to include the adopted board policy as a statement on the county's website, and to direct the county attorney's office and the county administrator's Human Resources Department to review and recommend any needed changes to the board's policy. Item B3, sorry, that was Commissioner White's item at F3. At 11:15, item B3 is to approve the film studio request for proposals, and 11:45, recess for lunch. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner White and seconded by Commissioner Overman to move the changes. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And we'll move to public comments. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to board members. However, it is requested at the same time when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following changes to the agenda for public comments. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes during the meeting to do so, speak during the meeting, will be able to do so by completing the online public comment form found at hillsboroughcounty.org/speakup. You'll be required to provide your name and telephone number on the online form. This information is being requested to facilitate the audio conferencing process. The chair will call on speakers by name in order in which they have completed the online public comment form. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis. As an audio call-in number will be provided to participants that have completed the form after it's received by the county. All callers will be muted upon calling and will be unmuted in submission order after being recognized by the chair by name. Up to 3 minutes are allowed for each speaker. Citizens speaking on scheduled agenda items will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly. And we'll start with Greg Bekian.
Madam Chair, Greg is not on the line. He has not called in yet.
Okay. Second is Gerald White.
Gerald, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Gerald White, Hillsborough County community activist. First, I wanted to say on this 8-5, the performance appraisal for Bunny Wise, the county administrator. I strongly support the work of the administrator's office that they've done this year related to all these serious issues that we face. So B5, I just want to encourage the board to continue to support the administrator. She's doing an excellent job. But I signed up for G1, the report for the African American Art Museum. I'm in support of proceeding forward, continuing the research and study, looking at the different options that this report cites. Outstanding report, excellent work, and I encourage the board to continue to pursue this opportunity for the citizens of Hillsborough County. The other issue that I wanted to address, I was hoping to see something on the agenda, was the redistricting process for county commissioner districts. I'm deeply concerned about the redistricting process. As a citizen, you know, I'm looking forward to complete and transparency and openness regarding the redistricting process. I want assurance as a citizen that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County will continue to have an African American serve on the Board of Commissioners. Also, I would like the Board of Commissioners to strongly consider a majority-minority district for Hispanic citizens of Hillsborough County. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning, and move forward with the African American Museum. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Eddie Birch.
Eddie has not called into the meeting.
Paige Drummond.
My name is Paige Drummond. I spoke at the last meeting about animal control's inconsistent policies that led to the death of our dog and others. I'm requesting the county investigate with a comptroller audit to evaluate an animal control policy and procedure. Conversations between our family and other families of animal control, along with their own reports, state that they don't issue citations in dog parks because they have signs that say "at your own risk." Historically, "at your own risk" has always implied that property owners are not liable for the actions of others on their property, not that any square foot of space in this county or this country is exempt of legal action. When I enter a parking garage bearing an "at your own risk" sign and my car is stolen, I know, one, I'm not suing the garage owner, and two, if the culprit is known, charges will follow. Animal control determining their own boundaries weakens statutes they're already bound to follow. The bite dog in our case has initiated 4 violent attacks on other dogs and a human that always resulted in severe injury or death. When we asked why this dog wasn't declared dangerous, they said that a dog is declared dangerous once it has more than once severely injured or killed a domestic animal off owner property. Animal control said because the term "or" was used instead of "and or," that the attacks had to be the same infraction twice, either 2 injuries or 2 deaths, not a combination of 1 severe injury and 1 death. Florida Supreme Court has already declared that the legal use of "or" is an implied "and or," and the abbreviated usage of only "or" is for the sake of conciseness. Animal control's purposeful misconstruction of both local and state laws has allowed negligent owners and their aggressive dogs to repeatedly cause unsurmountable grief. And after speaking with them again the past couple of weeks, it's clear they intend to allow it to continue. In 2017, Orange County audited their own animal control department, and it revealed similar inexcusable issues of case mismanagement, severe injuries not being labeled, lack of follow-up on dangerous dogs, and it led to more attacks from the same dog. So I'm insisting that this county put an end to animal control's harm and actually protect its people by completing a thorough audit before more families are unnecessarily hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Sharp.
Mark Sharp and Stephen Thompson have not signed in yet.
Victor Ketch.
Victor was signed up for a public hearing, D1.
Okay. Okay. Daryl Roussan.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Senator Roussan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to speak briefly about item G1, the African American Museum. But first of all, let me say congratulations to all of the groups previously recognized by each of the commissioners. Truly well-deserved recognition, a testament to the human spirit, its toughness and its resiliency during a pandemic. Their stories need to be told. That leads me to item G1. It's always time to tell the story of the diverse contributions of citizens of this state and county. It is particularly critical that now we should be inclusive in our recognition of historical significance of African Americans in Hillsborough County and in Tampa. I'm very grateful that the legislature provided funding to assist and enhance local efforts to build and expand African American museums. I want to thank the Senate President Wilson Simpson for allowing me and Senator Randolph Bracy to place this in the budget, and thank the governor for not vetoing this $30 million historic spending that will be used to enhance and highlight the contributions, the culture, or the history of African Americans. And I want to support any way I can the establishment of an African American museum in Hillsborough County. And before I conclude in my 3 minutes, let me just say that I ask for your good wishes. The pandemic ripped the scab off the wound of the disproportionate impact on communities of color. I don't have to tell you about the challenges that communities of color experience from testing to vaccination. But sitting on the governor's desk right now is Senate Bill 404, which would double the funding, create more than just a grant-making agency, and it's called the Office of Minority Health and Health Equity. I'm hopeful that the governor will sign that today or tomorrow, but it's on his desk, and it was one of the bills I was able to get through in response to the pandemic. So I want to thank you for allowing me these few minutes this morning. It's a pleasure to recognize that I am the senator that represents both sides of the Bay, and I'm pleased to be here this morning to support item G1.
Thank you. I understand we have $30 million from the state of Florida for this project. That sounds like huge news.
Yes, it will help.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it will help statewide agencies and institutions to expand or create African American museums or enhance the significance of the cultural contributions of African Americans. It allows a one-time grant of $500,000 or up to $1 million with a 50% match.
I see. Okay, thank you so much.
Will be available.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Senator Rasan. And we will move to Santiago Carrata.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable commissioners, our esteemed county administrative staff, you and listening public. Santiago Carrata, President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, 201 North Franklin Street, Tampa, Florida, 33602. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to speak in reference to item G1 on today's agenda. As a representative of Visit Tampa Bay, Hillsborough County's destination management marketing organization, it's my pleasure to lend our unequivocal and unwavering support to the feasibility and ultimately the development of an African-American art museum and cultural center. For the past 8 years, it's been our privilege and duty to market Hillsborough County as a unique destination rich with culture, history, diversity, and the arts. And I think the results have far exceeded all of our expectations. And because we've marketed Hillsborough County as an experiential destination welcoming all guests, it has truly become one of America's premier travel locations. This critical facility and institution has been missing from our destination for far too long, and we believe it would be a tourism asset that would not only help us drive visitors and leisure travelers, but also be a driving force, a driving business travel, groups, conventions, and events. In our industry, we're viewed as a leader when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the creation of this institution in our community would further solidify that reputation amongst destinations. Again, thank you so much for providing me with this opportunity to speak in support of this item. I wish you all a wonderful rest of your meeting today.
Thank you. And finally, well, not finally, but Sheila Simmons.
Sheila, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay. Okay, good morning, esteemed members of the Board of County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Sheila Simmons Tribble, and it is my pleasure to be before you again. As you know, on September the 16th, 2020, the BOCC passed Resolution 20085, declaring racism as a public health crisis within the county. Through your leadership, we joined 27 plus counties and cities in making this important declaration, and now the CDC has also declared racism a serious public health threat. Members of the community view the declaration as a first and necessary step to acknowledging that racism unfairly disadvantages specific individuals and communities while unfairly giving advantages to other individuals and communities, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. Hillsborough County's collective prosperity depends on the equitable access to opportunity for every resident, regardless of the color of their skin. On behalf of the community who is monitoring the changes that will result from the resolution, as well as recent societal and national events, I want to thank the board for leading the effort to seek an experienced and qualified firm with a proven track record for developing equity profiles for communities of comparable size and complexity. Your approval to award a contract to the highest ranked and best qualified firm among the respondents, MGT of America, LLC, puts us well on the way to taking a hard and honest look at historical and current county policies, that is, in hiring practices, communications, and procurement through the lens of equity, with a focus on equity, inclusion, and belonging. The equity profile was mentioned in the first paragraph of the resolution as an example of our county's track record of promoting racial equity. Therefore, we look forward to the completion of the equity profile and the subsequent changes that will foster equity, justice, and healing in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude the public comment portion of our meeting, and we will now move to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Excuse
Ms.
me,
Wise?
if we could take item A25 first, that was removed for highlighting, and then it could then be put back on consent, but first to address A25.
Sure. And Commissioner Overman, you pulled it for highlighting.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Today is a great day. We have been talking about how we move our good government towards great government, and the equity profile process and of identifying how we address equity in our community and in our policies and in our contracts is critically important to the success of doing what we say we do. And I want to thank the boards for the support of moving this project forward. I want to thank the selection team from going through the respondents to the RFP with their diligence in making sure that we have a great solution for being able to identify it. I want to thank our commenters earlier today at recognizing the work that we're doing, moving our county forward from a lens of equity to make sure that we're taking care of everyone in our community. With that, I just ask to make sure that we go through approval. So I just wanted to make sure that we saw that we were finally here. It took us a little while. The pandemic kind of got in the way of putting some things off a little bit. So I'm pleased to see that we have this for approval today. And I ask for your support. So thank you.
And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I just want to note that the winning firm of this contract did not request any bonus points for including 10%, what we call DWBE firms, yet they are committed to that. It is critical that this particular contract would have that commitment to inclusion. So I'm glad to see and note for the record that the winning applicant is committed to a minimum of 10% disadvantaged minority, disadvantaged women business enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to speak to this as well. There are several people that I would like to thank in regards to this. And first of all, I really want to thank Scott Stromer, our procurement director, for his work on this procurement, which was extraordinary. I always appreciate Scott's knowledge and his careful, thoughtful approach. I'd also like to thank Brandon Wagner and his team, including Albert Coleman and Heather Curry, who all worked hard on this. Finally, I want to thank the Bible-Based Fellowship Church and our community, Our Voice, and specifically Antoinette Davis and Sheila Simmons, who you heard from in public comment. They have just worked so hard on making sure that we had the right team to move this forward. They dug deep. They brought me the idea of doing the resolution on racism that the board approved last year about racism as a public health crisis. As part of that, these women, looking forward to this, have worked hard with our staff here at the county to ensure that this equity study is a community-based effort that will deliver results. And they're very pleased at the group that was awarded. Thanks to each and every one of you. I'd also like to thank my aide, Laura Lawson, who dug in there and spent numerous hours working with these different groups in our procurement process and seeing that we had a community basis when we move forward with this. So it's all win-win-win. Thanks to each and every one of you. I look forward to continuing this important work. And with that, we're at the consent agenda with only one. We had one item pulled. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further comments, if we could record our votes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And typically, we take any pulled items up at the end of the meeting, but this was pulled with regards to appointment. I don't know if there might be a motion to waive taking it up at the end of the meeting and putting it in our appointment section, which would seem appropriate.
I'll make that motion to waive the rules in order to be able to address it when we get to board appointments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, and we will move right into our regular agenda. And Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We are now ready for our first public hearing. This is item D1. This is to conduct a public hearing for the Stormwater Hardship Exemption Program. Vivian Arenas Battles from the County Attorney's Office will take us through this. Josh Bellotti with Engineering and Operations is also available.
Good morning. This is Vivian Arenas Battles with the County Attorney's Office. This item is an amendment to Chapter 24 of the Hillsborough County Code of Ordinances and Laws. Specifically, the ordinance amends Section 24-87B to establish a new hardship exemption and procedures to apply for the exemption. Eligible applicants for the Stormwater Assessment Hardship Exemption Program would be the owners of an owner-occupied single-family residence that would qualify for and receive a homestead exemption pursuant to Section 196.031 Florida statutes. The taxable value of the residence would be less than $100,000 after the homestead exemption, and the total income of all residents of the household, including owners, would be at or below 100% of the current year federal poverty level as determined each year by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The county administrator or the designee would establish procedures applying for the hardship program. The ordinance also amends the right of review by a county administrator to provide for review of a denial of an application for a hardship exemption. This ordinance was noticed in accordance with applicable law, and Mr. Bellotti is also available for any questions. And again, this is a public hearing.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we have one speaker listed here, Victor Ketch.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
Doing well. We can hear you.
Can everybody hear me?
Uh-huh.
Great. My mom has been a resident of Hillsborough County for 50 years, since 1970 in Odessa, Florida. She is currently 75 years old, elderly, on Social Security, and she is also a 100% disabled veteran's widow. My father served in Korea in the Army. He passed away in 2005, and she receives his disability property tax benefits because he was 100% disabled. I'm in definitely favor of a hardship program, especially for low-income veterans and elderly. This criteria of the eligibility requirements is way too low and too vague, though, to help those individuals that are in low income and are elderly and our veterans who served our country to protect all of us. So number one in the eligibility requirements is not only should be a homestead exemption, but it should also include our 100% disabled veterans property tax exemptions for those people who were veterans, who were injured at 100% disability and rewarded a property tax exemption. I believe it should also be for larger parcels that are over like 5 acres and agriculturally zoned, because those people are being penalized for their structures on property that is not even really inhibiting stormwater runoff on large parcels. Number two, the requirement for a value of $100,000 is absolutely ridiculous. In this market, no properties are worth a value of $100,000 after the homestead exemption right now. That number is way too low, and I don't believe it should even be a number. It should be considering elderly, because there's a lot of elderly people in Hillsborough County that have valuable properties, but they're on a fixed income. They may have $1 million property, but they only get $1,000 a month in Social Security. You know, so I don't think that should even be a figure. It should be based on people's Social Security and elderly and/or veterans. And also on number two, it should be based on people's limited fixed income. So again, it needs to be expanded to consider the elderly people, maybe over age 65, people on Social Security, and to include 100% disabled veterans who are receiving the property tax exemptions. Number three, the income of the household, the federal poverty level is only $12,850. My mother gets $1,085. That's it. She doesn't receive any of his veterans benefits, unfortunately, because he died before he was a 10-year disabled veteran at 100%. So she gets like $13,020. So that
I'm
would
sorry,
exempt her from getting this hardship.
You've run out
program.
of time, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you for your comments. I don't know if I don't have any other speakers listed. I just want to check and make sure there's no other speakers to this issue at this time.
Madam Chair, we do not have any other speakers.
Okay, so hearing no other speakers, we can have board discussion of this, and perhaps we will have staff maybe address some of what Mr. Ketch said. At this time, I'll recognize Ms. Overman, Commissioner Overman. Sorry.
Thank you. And it wouldn't hurt to get clarification from staff on the eligibility during this hearing, because I think that would be beneficial to address some of the citizens' questions about how the program actually works. Is there a staff available that may be able to cover that, please?
Yes, Josh Bellotti is here.
Commissioner, Hi, Josh Bellotti, Engineering and Operations. So the eligibility criteria that was presented to the board a few months ago with the hardship report and then is reflected in this ordinance amendment. There's several criteria. Property criteria is a a single family property, owner occupied, homestead exemption, and a taxable value of less than $100,000. There's also the income-based eligibility, which is below the 100% federal poverty guideline. And that was presented to the board and to be in line with the City of Tampa's hardship program, which has similar taxable value property criteria as well as income criteria. So.
Excellent.
And I guess I would just like to say that we think it's so important to get this program at least underground and get it going. And we were very excited about that, to provide that opportunity. As with the other hardship programs, there may be some tweaks that may be required along the way, but we at least thought it was important to get it going.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, Mr. Bellotti. That was very helpful. You know, this is a starting point, and the key here is, you know, not only with what we approved this morning as far as the equity profile, we've been looking at all of our programs, understanding the economic impact to those individuals that really don't have a whole lot of choices because they are on fixed income. With the sensitivity of that, we wanted to take a look at the level of burden that someone on a fixed income would feel due to the necessary increases in fees that we've had to in order to cover the cost of infrastructure in our community. With that, I appreciate staff's hard work to come back with a hardship program and for us to approve, and I ask for your make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, and it was seconded by Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Smith. And I see no further discussion, but I very much appreciate the words of the county administrator. I think the same thing. It's a start, and there might be other things that aren't recognized or that are brought to our attention that would be conditions that we might all feel would make a person eligible or should for some kind of exemption, but maybe we can work on those after these. If we didn't do this, we wouldn't have any exemptions out there. So with that, I see no further comments, so please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item D2. This is also a public hearing, and this is regarding compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program. Cameron Clark with the County Attorney's Office will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. This item is a proposed amendment to the Hillsborough County Construction Code that was requested by the State Floodplain Management Office in order to ensure the county's continued compliance with and participation in the Federal National Flood Insurance Program. And the item also seeks to maintain the county's current Class 5 rating under the community rating system, which provides discounted flood insurance rates to county residents. This action is being taken in conjunction with related amendments to the Hillsborough County Land Development Code that will be presented to you in item D3. And these proposed changes generally involve the moving of existing regulations from one ordinance to the other. Floodplain Administrator Kyle Dolman and I are available to take any questions you may have about this item. This is an advertised public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and I have no one signed up at this time for the public hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, and with that, we will close the public hearing then. And is there board discussion with regards to item D2? Okay, we have a motion to move approval by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
And thank you. We have the related item, with also item D3. This is to make amendments to the Land Development Code. Cameron will present this item as well.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. This is a related item to previous agenda item D2. This is a proposed amendment of the Hillsborough County Land Development Code that was requested by the Floodplain Management Office to ensure compliance with the NFIP and to maintain the county's current Class 5 rating under the CRS. This item was previously introduced to the board at a public hearing on May 20th. This morning, staff has proposed 2 minor changes to the draft that was included in the original agenda packet. The first is to the new section 3.06.11b and simply changes base flood elevation to base flood elevations, plural. And the second is to add additional text to the proposed definition of floodway contained in section 12.01.00 in order to ensure consistency with state and federal guidelines. Again, these changes largely move existing regulations from one order to the other. And again, Kyle Dolman and I are available to take any questions you may have. This is an advertised public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we are on item D3. I have one person signed up for item D3, Stephen Thompson. Is Mr. Thompson?
Stephen did not call in.
Okay. And is there anyone else?
There is no one else.
Okay. So hearing from no one else, we'll close the public comment and
Move approval.
Second.
I'm sorry, who moved to approve?
Me.
Oh, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Myers. So we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Hearing no further or seeing no further comment, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
And moving right along, Ms. Wise.
And still sticking with Cameron Clark from the County Attorney's Office, item D4. This is to amend the County Mobility Fee Program Ordinance to be in compliance with the amended Florida Impact Fee Act.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. Item D4 is a proposed amendment to the county's Mobility Fee Program Ordinance that is intended to ensure its compliance with the amended Florida Impact Fee Act. It was adopted by the legislature this past session, and that those actions are retroactive to January 1st. The draft before you this morning repeals the amendment to the phase-in schedule that the board adopted on March 25th this year, which are preempted by the retroactive effective date of the statute. It also amends the mobility fee study update schedule from every 3 years to every 4 years, and it repeals the annual administrative cost indexing provisions contained in the ordinance at this time. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. This is an advertised public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we have no one signed up for D4. Do we have anyone on the line to speak to this?
No one has called in, ma'am.
Okay. And seeing no public comment, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
And do we have a second? Second. Okay. Commissioners White and Commissioner Hagan. So we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, seconded by Commissioner White and Commissioner Hagan. And seeing no further comment, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise, we're moving so fast, I can hardly keep track.
Doing well. Item D5 is also a public hearing, and Cameron Clark will take us through this. This is to amend the Impact Fee Assessment Program Ordinance as well.
Good morning. One last time, Commissioners. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. Similar to the previous item, this is the proposed amendment to the Impact Fee Ordinance that is intended to ensure compliance with the Florida Impact Fee Act. I'm happy to take any questions you may have, and this is an advertised public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on D5. We have no one signed up. Do we have anyone to speak to this?
That is correct. No one has signed up.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing. And with that, I see Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'm going to support the motion. I just am very, very frustrated when this Board of County Commission has worked so hard to be fiscally and financially responsible. It is frustrating to have rules and laws that interfere with that good government. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman.
I'll second with the same sentiments expressed by the maker of the motion.
And as chair, I'll third. And just say, if we had anywhere near the help from the state to make this fiscally responsible and to build our infrastructure in Hillsborough County, but not only it's been the extra mile to really undermine and destroy what we put in place. Thank goodness that most of the work we did was done before this, so this has not that large an impact. I'd like to assure the public and everyone else of that, that we do have good work in place. But it's pretty stunning to be as undermined as we have been by the legislature and governor putting forward all the barriers that they've put forward to make it so we are not building the infrastructure and are not doing what we should be doing here in Hillsborough County. But again, we hadn't caught up for 35 years. We caught up just in time, at least for the most part, and we will continue to move forward. So with that, I don't see any other comments. We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Watts.
Thank you. We are now on to our other time certain items. The first one is item G1 at 10:30. This was Commissioner Meyer's request for us to come back and receive a status report regarding an African American Art Museum and Cultural Center for Hillsborough County. We have several folks on the line. We have Albert Coleman with our staff. We have our consultants with cultural planning, Amy Kaufman, Peter Cook, and Joy Bryant. But if it be appropriate to turn over to Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized to present your item.
And thank you so much, Madam Chair and County Administrator Bonnie Watts. This is the day we all have been waiting for, particularly the African American community, to hear how the county would help and support an African American museum and cultural center here in Hillsborough County. So I will save my comments toward the end and turn it over to staff, Albert Coleman, to introduce our consultant. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Albert Coleman, Government Relations and Strategic Services. As Commissioner Myers just stated, we are here to present to you a staff report regarding the African American Museum, and after extensive evaluation of Hillsborough County area outlined the vision and market for an African American art museum. Today we have our consultant team here to give to you the results of that. And I'd like to introduce them briefly for the board to see who we have here. Amy Kaufman is from Brooklyn, New York. Amy has worked in institutions all types and sizes, including museums, university parks, botanic gardens, visitor centers, and heritage sites. She collaborates with government agencies, architects, developers, foundations, and institutional leaders to integrate a variety of goals and perspectives. She launched her AK Culture Planning in 2015, building on a 25-year career that includes strategic planning for major museums, including budgeting, operations, market study, project management, and project implementations. Her clients include Studio Museum of Holland, and during her 12 years at Lord's Culture Resources, Amy played a leading role in planning the National September 11th Memorial Museum, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and the Barnes Foundation, and the list goes on and on. Also, we have with us today Joy Bailey Bryant. She is the president of the U.S. for Lord's Culture Resources and a specialist in multiple municipal engagement around culture. A certified interpretive planner, outreach facilitator, Joy works with the city officials, institutional leaders, and developers. Joy has been an integral part of the development of identity museums where people of color are engaged in telling and interpreting their own story. Joy led the team for planning on remarkable projects like the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C., the National September 11 Memorial, and the museum at the World Trade Center, directing citywide engagement in locations as large as Dallas. Chicago, and as small as Decatur, Georgia, and the list goes on for her. One of the things I like to tell you about Joy has some roots in the state of Florida because she attended Florida A&M University where she received an undergraduate degree, and she also went to American University in Washington, D.C., so she brings a great wealth of knowledge as well. And then finally, I'd like to introduce briefly Peter Cook. Peter Cook works with Amy Coffin and Joy Bailey Bryant on many projects to assist the planning of new museums and help in design planning. Peter's a design principal of HGA Architects and Engineers in Washington, D.C. He previously includes many prominent institutional projects, including the collaboration and design for the Smithsonian African American Museum in Washington, D.C., and he's worked on many other projects. He's also is a Harvard graduate and a Columbia University graduate in the School of Architecture. He's also has served in leadership positions for the National Association for Minority Architects, where he served as the organization chapter president and the regional vice president. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our consultants first, Amy Kaufman, who will start the presentation.
Thank you so much, Albert. We really appreciate it. The presentation, is that, I'm not able to see it. Is it up on your end, or should we perhaps just do talking points? Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. So the first thing that I have to say is that we are so honored to be working on this project. I hope that you know, I want to thank the Commissioner and Albert for their collaboration on this project to date. I hope that everybody can see clearly from our work and from Albert's generous introduction that we are a team that is dedicated to creating equity and inclusion in cultural institutions and access to the arts. And a project like this is important not just for you, but we are also absolutely passionate and dedicated to this kind of work. We know that everybody's had the opportunity to read our full report, and so the goal of this quick presentation is to just provide you with a snapshot of the key points from our preliminary work. And if we could just skip to the next slide. I just want to reorient folks to remind you that the goal of this assessment, this was a sort of phase 1 assessment, and the goal of this assessment was really to evaluate the market for such an institution and then define the shape of the institution itself. What would the appropriate mission be? What should the programming strategy be? And what is the right scale for an institution that is undertaking such a programmatic strategy? And when we say scale, we're talking about the scale of the building, the scale of the operating budget, and also the potential attendance and participation. So the point of our work was really to undertake an initial planning exercise so that the county could evaluate and understand first the opportunity and second the requirements for advancing the project in the future. So I'm going to turn it over to Joy to describe our approach to the project itself, and then I'll come back and share with you a little bit about the scale and those numbers. Thank you. Joy?
Thank you, Amy, and thank you. It is a pleasure to be before, as Amy said, it's a pleasure to come before you today to talk about this exciting museum for which we have had the pleasure of doing this study. Next slide. So I really want to talk about the opportunity in Hillsborough County for an African American arts organization, art museum such as the one we are discussing. It is a significant and real opportunity. There is no dedicated African American arts organization in Hillsborough County, and there is a need for a multidisciplinary venue that will provide a pipeline for arts professional development and programming, as well as art classes focusing on African American craft, design, and culture. One of the things that we saw during the pandemic period was absolutely this need for the pipeline for arts professional development and a hunger, particularly in your area, around the development of these opportunities. So we want to emphasize this opportunity is real and that there is a market for this new cultural institution that will attract, in addition to African American residents, also tourists, community book groups, youth, and school students. Next slide. When thinking about this new museum, one of the things that we heard resoundingly and very clearly is that the museum, it is imperative to create a museum that will be attractive to visitors, tourists, and residents alike. That's really important to think about all of those different types of audiences. We want a place that's going to ensure ample opportunities for audiences to be educated, engaged, and entertained, right? So there's an opportunity for edutainment here. Also, this is a resource for local communities by presenting local histories and art of all kinds. And we want to amplify the voice of diversity and create a culture of art making for youth and people of color. Last slide, next slide. So how would we do this at that museum, at this museum? We see it in 3 buckets that you see here. We identified and confirmed several priorities for this vision, and they are that this be a place that has visual arts, live arts and events, and a learning lab. So a place where you can experience, a place where you can do, and a place where you can really enjoy all of those things coming together. The 3 concentric circles show you how the ways that these activities would interact with one another. I want to draw your attention to the exhibition, to the visual arts circle, to just speak just a tiny bit about a space where the history and stories of African American communities and the African diaspora are honored and come to life through the arts. So that's an opportunity with the visual arts. And can you imagine a space where you would then be able to, in the Learning Lab and Artist Residencies programs, do and participate? And then finally, with the live arts and events, you can have events that are wonderful and participatory and where people can have fun and engage with one another. I'm going to turn this now back over to Amy to talk a little bit more about the audiences that this museum will attract.
Thank you, Joy. And I understand we need to move a little more. I'm going to move a little more quickly. So if we could go to the next slide. All of the information that I'm presenting is available in the report. So I'll just be very fast and say that we've organized the audiences into 3 sections. Those that are culture seekers, those that are skills seekers, and those that are families and schools. And I'll invite you to read about this more in the report rather than explain. But this does map back to the research that we undertook. Next slide, please. So when we consider what the scale of the institution is, as I alluded to earlier, we're expecting, and this is from preliminary planning at this moment in time, but about 50,000 people in annual attendance, and that doesn't even include people who may participate through in special events, rentals, exhibitions, and festivals, rentals, and events. We have identified a building that would be approximately 45,000 gross square feet. This is something that would be studied more carefully and updated, and a potential annual operating budget of $1.7 million. Most importantly, we see potential for significant growth in this operating budget and also in participation over time as the institution engages with metro area residents and its immediate community and tourists alike. Next slide, please. So what's next? Because creating a new institution is an unbelievably complex undertaking. It requires excellence both in the creation of the institution itself, all of the components that Joy was describing that actually bring the institution to life, and ensure good governance, as you've all been speaking about earlier today, and then also the creation of a signature building for which which is the calling card for the institution. So we've identified four recommended next steps that we consider is sort of our way of conducting this integrated planning to make sure that all of your building blocks for long-term sustainability are synchronized throughout the planning process, so that you don't come to the end of an architectural design, for example, and not have a clear picture of what the institution looks like, and vice versa. So you can see on your screen, next up, we're talking about site selection and site planning and architectural design and costing. The institutional development, which includes community engagement, who will the partners be, what are your alliances locally and regionally and nationally, a programming plan that elaborates the details of those areas that Joy described, right? We've laid out a framework, but now we need to dig into what that really looks like when implemented. And of course, the business model that supports all of this, making sure that there's ample revenue, not just controlling expenses, but both, the balance. And of course, the formation of a nonprofit entity that will govern the organization, which requires the development of a board. And then finally, we always recommend integrating capital campaign pre-planning at this stage of the game, so that you don't, again, get too far down the road without really knowing what the capital campaign and feasibility of that raising those private funds will look like. So these are pieces that we consider to be networked together. You sort of can't do one without the other, and that's and those are our recommendations. So I'd like to turn it over to Peter just to talk a little bit more about number one, the site selection and architectural design.
Yeah, well, thanks, Amy. And I think certainly with any site, at this part of the process, we begin by sort of gathering and analyzing the information about the site. It's going to tell us a whole lot, frankly, about where the building can be placed, and where it frankly should be placed, what form this signature building can take. So, for example, I think we might begin with a more quantitative or technical part of this sort of site analysis. Understand the survey, locate utilities, setbacks, easements, height restrictions, all those sorts of things. But there's a much more qualitative part of this analysis that I think is also going to be critical. We would probably want to develop a series of diagrams to help define some of the challenges of the site, but also the opportunities of that site. What is the relationship of this site and the building in the larger context? What connections might be made? Is there any history to this site that provides some symbolism, some deeper meaning for this project? Then you get into mundane issues. Where does parking go? What about the loading dock? Where does that go? And that's not an unimportant question to ask for a project of this nature. But also sort of how do people arrive? Where do we capture views from inside the building, and what are those key views of the building when people arrive there, so that when they get there, they go, wow, this is an amazing place that I want to spend some time in. And then lastly, there are things we need to think about the future. Is the site large enough to, we know this project is going to be a huge success, right? So, do we expand the building to the left or to the right or to the north or to the south? All of these things begin to come into play as we begin to think about the site analysis. So this is just scratching the surface of some of the issues that we'd like to explore with you, if I'm so lucky to be able to work with you and this incredible team. And I look forward to that opportunity. Amy?
Thank you. Well, that concludes our presentation, Commissioner Myers and Albert, Mr. Coleman. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Amy, Joy, and Peter, for sharing with us an excellent review of the plans for an African American Museum and Culture Center. But let me just, first I'm going to ask that we received the report.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers to receive the report, seconded by, Commissioner Cohen, Commissioner Cohen made the motion, and Commissioner Smith, I guess, seconded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on that, we'll have further discussion, but okay, okay. Or I guess, actually, let's just have the discussion now, and we'll pass that at the end here. So we have a motion. Go ahead, Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Actually, I think Commissioner Myers had more to say before you go to.
Commissioner Myers, did you want to?
Yes, because I wanted to see the report first, and then I have a couple other
Okay,
motions.
let's just take the vote.
Yes.
Seeing no further discussion on that item, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard this morning from 3 of our community supporters, activist Gerald White, Senator Darrell Luson, and Visit Tampa Bay, Santiago Corrado, regarding an African American Museum and Cultural Center here in Hillsborough County. I would say the time is now, or now is the time that we think about and support an African American museum in Hillsborough County. Our community has waited very, very long. We have been talking about an African American museum for I can't say how many years, but I'm hoping today the years will become a reality by this board to approve an African American and Cultural Museum. The site that has been selected is located at 2103 North Rome Avenue in West Tampa, and I'm a proud West Tampian in looking at the site. It's a part of their redevelopment for West River, the West River area. It is our neighborhood service center that is located there now in our Head Start. It's approximately 6 acres of land. Why West River? The county already owned the land. There's no utilities that we have to pay for. We have the parking space. This is an opportunity for other museums. You have to excuse me, I have a choke cough for some reason I just can't get rid of. This is an opportunity, a win-win for the African American Museum and Cultural Center. And for the Cultural Center, I wanted something that would help also to generate income to be self-supporting of its own facility. And I know when we talk about an African American museum, we say, what does it all have to offer? It has quite a bit. The African American community has so much rich history that we have not had the opportunity to really tell our story. But having this museum would allow us to tell our story where people can come from all over the world. When they come in here to visit Tampa, they can come to our museum and look at our museum and read about what Hillsborough County, the African American Museum has to offer to everyone that is coming. And so what I'm going to ask now is for a motion for the preferred location to be 2103 North Rome Avenue for the African American Museum and Cultural Center, and authorize staff to use, and authorize staff to use $500,000, which would be $250,000 within the next 2-year budget for site planning and architectural design work for the signature facility.
I'll second that.
Is that a motion by you, Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Myers with a motion, Commissioner Overman with a second, and I'm assuming that this discussion will continue. Yes. Okay, you're doing a new process on me. So, seeing no further,
I would like to speak to
at
the
this
motion.
time.
Yes.
Okay.
Please. Yes, please.
You're
And
recognized, Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Myers, for pursuing this. You know, in the report that we just received, and in your comments, it's become readily obvious that you know, Tampa and Hillsborough County has a rich history of the community, of the Black community, of the African American community in our history. You know, I had many conversations with Dr. Israel Tribble when he originally founded a museum downtown and of African American art. And, you know, our commitment to this process needs to be more than, yeah, we want to do this. And we need to make sure that our community is supporting this. And when there are resources we can bring together to help move it along, it is evident that we also need to recognize those partners that will help make this successful. You know, the museum that was established and operated from 1991 to 1995 had approximately $7 million worth of cultural assets that are no longer here. They're actually in the National Museum of African American History with the Smithsonian. We have a rich history here. And if we would really start talking about the history of the music that came out of this area, I was pleased to see in the report that we also considered music and spoken word, because the talent that has lived and learned and taught and shared and grown in Hillsborough County and in the city of Tampa, and was lost largely to maybe our interstate is a good start. You know, that is important for us to recognize, and we're doing some great work in looking at our history to help understand why knowing where we've come from is something that we not only cherish, talk about, but share, and then making sure that we take the great pride of the great work that was done here in Hillsborough County. So I'm eager to support that. I do want to make sure we talk about the music history here, because it's pretty rich, but also the spoken word. So I was glad to see the plan, and I will heartily support the motion. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And I see we have a whole line of requests to speak at this time, so I guess this will be where we weigh in. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm also happy to support the motion. I wanted to reminisce for a moment about something that I attended about a year ago. It was an event at the Woolworth, the old Woolworths downtown. And at that time, Commissioner Miller was there, Senator Joyner was there, and they were talking about their experience participating in the sit-ins at the lunch counter. And it struck me that if they weren't there to tell about it, the story would be lost. And that people would walk by the building and they would have no idea what had taken place there. And that over a period of time, it would just sort of get forgotten. And so I think it is just really important if and when we do this project, and I hope it's when, and that today's the beginning of the next phase, that we tell these stories so they are not lost to future generations. One of the biggest problems we see everywhere is people forgetting history. And when you forget history, you repeat it without even understanding what you're doing. So I'm thrilled to be supportive of the motion, and I just hope that we move swiftly to construct the museum and to really be thoughtful about what we commemorate so that we can give back to the next generation the stories of what came before. And I applaud you for championing this effort.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll keep my remarks brief. I, too, want to commend Commissioner Myers on her leadership on this project, championing this project, something that I wholeheartedly support and look forward to working with you as this moves forward. As Commissioner Overman said, there certainly is a rich history in the African American community when it comes to music in our community, but there's also something that's near and dear to my heart, which I know there's a rich history, and that involves baseball. And I can tell you several years ago, one of my baseball trips that I take with my son was in Kansas City, and that's the home of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. That is a fascinating museum. I spent hours there and learned so much about baseball and about the Negro Leagues that I had no idea. I had an understanding to a certain degree, but I mean, for instance, the first night game was it was in Wrigley Field, and it was a Negro Leagues game. Learned so much. So I think there's certainly a tourism aspect to this, and so I'm excited to work with you moving this forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, I'll also be brief because so much has been said that I agree wholeheartedly with, but I do want to express great support for this and thank you for bringing this forward. I am so excited to see what will come of this from all the things that the commissioners have mentioned, music, art, and even the baseball connection and tourism. But I think especially the stories that are so important that we tell. We have such a rich history right here, and I did not learn a lot about it as a school child, everything that I could have and should have learned. And today of all days, in this time of all times, when there are forces working to tell a revisionist version of history, working to stifle the teaching of the facts of the African American experience here, I think it's more important than ever that we have this here in our community to tell the truth and the facts and to present the rich history that we have in the African American culture and history here in our community. So I couldn't be more excited and grateful for your efforts and your work, and look forward to working with you together on that.
And seeing no other comments at this point, I will say I'm also very excited to see this project moving forward. I'd also thought about years past when we actually had an African museum here, African American Museum. Ike Tribble, I understand, was the founder of that at the time. And I went to that several times and never quite understood why it disappeared. Just noted that it was no longer here, and I was not heavily involved, but I knew we had one. I'd been to it several times. I have memories of it, and then it's gone. And we have, here, I've heard the discussions of critical race theory or whatever, but the fact of the matter is we haven't recognized, we have actually in our history, we haven't recognized so much of the achievements of everyone, and we've been negligent in not bringing that history. And like Commissioner Cohen, I feel, and Commissioner Smith, I feel very strongly that we have to recognize that history and know that history, and Commissioner Hagan, to understand what has been our past on this, and to appreciate the contributions of so many people. I think about just this weekend, many of you may have seen the article on Robert Meacham of Tampa, who was a former enslaved person who went on to become educated, to open a school. It was just, it's an amazing story. Never have I heard it, even though I've been very deeply trying to learn everything I could about history here. And I think many of us know the story of Clara Fry. I think she's honored on the Riverwalk, a nurse here who started a hospital for those of color in a home, actually originally, who couldn't get care here. back in the days of not so proud history that we had. So I think there is just, I think of the Woolworth counter, Commissioner Cohen, and it was just pulled out of there about a decade ago, unfortunately, to try to, I guess, erase the memories of it by the private owner of that place at the time. So I hope that we can revive that important history. If Mr. Hearns, Fred Hearns, is still doing the history tours here, I encourage everybody to take the Black History tour that he gives, because it's very, very, it's excellent. But I look forward to this moving forward, and I see no other comments at this time. So seeing no other comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B4. This is 1045. This is to approve the Ferry service operating agreement between the county and HMS Ferries for services between Tampa and St. Petersburg. Tom Fass is here to present the item. We also have representatives from HMS Ferry available as well.
Mr. Fass?
Can you hear me?
We can. You could be a little bit louder.
Louder? Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Fass, Assistant County Administrator. Agenda item B4 is requesting board approval of the intercity ferry service operating agreement with HMS. This service will be a continuation of the service initiated by St. Pete, with the caveat that in the out years, the agreement has the seasons expanding so that by 2024, it will be year-round. Government subsidy levels have decreased every year since the inception of this service, and that annual reduction continues with this agreement. As the seasons expand, the annual subsidy does increase.
Record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner White voted no.
And I just want to do a huge thank you, and especially to Mr. Horadell, to Mr. Fass, Tom Fass, Greg Horadell, who have worked so hard in shepherding this through time and time again. Thank you to them, and I look forward to seeing this great regional project that literally more than 100,000 people have taken the ferry at this time, way more actually, from all over, and so that's just very exciting. And with that, Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is Commissioner White's item F3, regarding a board policy on sexual harassment in the workplace. And Ivy Martin, our Human Resources Director, is available if needed as well. This is Commissioner White's item.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I would like to thank Jenna Bourne with 10 Tampa Bay for her outstanding investigative report on sexual harassment cases within the county going back a decade. And I would like to thank her for being logged in today. She's logged into the meeting as we speak. I want to start by saying that my item is not an affront on Ms. Wise and her staff. Although one of the cases culminated in a settlement just recently, I believe every single case occurred before her tenure. What the item is about, though, is the fact that it is the duty of this board to review policies from time to time, and that is what I'm asking to do today. I recognize that there's a separation of powers provision in the county charter, and I believe I'm solidly in the policy realm with my item. I know that you, as my colleagues, believe that it is important to address all forms of harassment, and I agree with you 100%. If we wish to review our policies regarding other types of harassment, we should address that on its own, and I am more than happy to have those conversations and tweak those policies if needed. But sexual harassment deserves a special status because of the impacts that sexual harassment has on victims. That is why it is so common to see sexual harassment given a special status in corporate policies. In fact, every single private sector company I've ever worked for has had policies that deal specifically with sexual harassment. We as a county have policies that deal specifically with sexual harassment, and I don't deny that. But I believe we need to review these policies. And corporate boards play a critical role in establishing the culture of their organizations. And I believe that it's critical that this board enact a board policy expressing our expectation that the Hillsborough County government workplace should be a workplace where sexual harassment is not tolerated. Therefore, I move the following. A, that we approve and adopt the proposed board policy on sexual harassment in the workplace, and that's in the backup material. B, include the adopted board policy as a statement on the county's website, on the job posting website, and wherever would be appropriate as per existing county administrator policies. And C, direct the county attorney's office and county administrator's human resources department to review and recommend any needed changes to the board's policy 01.27.00.00.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White. Do we have a second? And we have Commissioner Smith seconded the motion. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for bringing this forward. Like you, I believe there's no room for sexual harassment in the workplace. And I know many of us have experienced it in the workplace, and it's just never fun. It's traumatic, no matter the circumstances. So we must ensure that our employees have a safe place to work. In fact, I wish to go further and state unequivocally that there is no room in this county for any form of protected sexual status harassment. Let me restate that. In fact, I wish to go further and state unequivocally there is no room in this county for any form of protected status harassment. Under Board Policy 7.18, those protected classes include race, gender, religion, color, national origin, disability, marital status, age, genetic information, or any other characteristic protected by law. I know that Section C of Commissioner White's motion includes the Board Policy 1.27, but I believe Section 7.18 could also benefit from the update or an update, and I would strongly suggest that our policy mirror the county administrator's policy of 1.7, which also enumerates sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, and citizen status. Along similar lines, I believe the proposed board policy submitted in the background should be expanded so that our employees, prospective employees, and the general public know that this board has a zero tolerance policy for all protected status harassment, not just those based on gender. So I'd like to offer a following amendment, a friendly amendment, please, that all references to sexual harassment in the proposed policy be replaced with the word protected status harassment, and that's in line with our federal laws, and that staff also review the recommended changes to both board policies of 1.27 as well as policy 7.18. And that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by an amendment by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner White, did you want to speak to this?
So you're suggesting that any reference to sexual harassment be eliminated?
No, it's still in. It's okay. One of the protective status, so it's still there. Yeah.
Can you read that again?
Still included. I'll go back and reference the actual language. That the references to sexual harassment in the proposed board policy be replaced with the word protected status harassment, because that specifically includes sexual harassment as it relates to gender. And that staff also review the recommended changes to both the policies that you're referencing in 1.27, but also in 7.18. And that addresses our board policy as well.
Well, I guess I have a question then for Ivy. Sexual harassment is harassment that is of a sexual nature. And, certainly that can include gender issues, but my understanding of the term sexual harassment is that it goes above and beyond issues of gender, that it's harassment that is of a sexual nature.
This might be something for Ms. Martin, but also might be something for our attorney. I don't know. Would you like to speak to that, Ms. Beck?
Rudy Hardemoto is actually on the line. I think he can address that for you.
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rudy Hadermoto with the County Attorney's Office. Commissioner, you're correct. The term sexual harassment references harassment based on sex, but you can also be discriminated against and harassed based on other protected classes, including race, including gender, including age, as examples. So it is a term that is specific to harassment based on sex, but it can also apply in various other situations with other protected classes.
But sexual harassment doesn't necessarily mean just harassment based upon sex in the context of gender, right? It's harassment that's of a sexual nature.
That is correct. If you're talking about sexual harassment, it is harassment, generally speaking, under the law, we're talking about of a sexual nature. That is correct.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my comments, I'm happy to have that conversation on another day, but I think that today we should focus on sexual harassment, which is the issue that's been brought to my attention, brought to the board's attention, brought to staff's attention. I just don't want to muddy the waters here. Happy to have that conversation, likely to support an amendment of such policies, quite frankly. But today, I think we should stay in the realm of sexual harassment and not muddy the waters.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. If I could speak to the attorney one more time and ask a question, because I think sexual harassment can also mean harassing someone who does not fit the sexual norms or the binary types of stereotypes. A woman with a mustache, a man who is effeminate might be harassed sexually. And I think it's important to make sure that we're including all of that besides kind of a standard notion of, pressing for sexual favors or any other kinds of discomfort in the workplace. Can the attorney speak to whether or not the amendment proposed by Commissioner Overman would allow for that broader inclusion of sexual harassment?
Yes, Rudy Hadermuth again with the County Attorney's Office. The term sexual orientation, the Supreme Court has recently held that when you talk about the term sex, it does include sexual harassment based on unwelcome conduct between a man and a woman, but also sexual orientation is now included within that definition. So you can be harassed based on your sexual orientation, and that is consistent with the definition set forth by the Supreme Court of the United States.
I know that Commissioner, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but, I was talking about something broader than sexual orientation that would include gender identity and the full, what we are now coming to understand is a spectrum of gender, as opposed to the more traditional binary way of looking at sexual harassment. So I'm asking, are we better off with Commissioner Overman's amendment, would that help offer better, stronger, broader protections beyond what's usually considered sexual harassment?
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just see if Rudy Hadermoto can help with this. The way I understood it is there was a broader umbrella by Commissioner Overman's to include other forms, and it would include sexual harassment. But let me see if Rudy can help with that clarification for you.
That's correct. What Commissioner Overman is proposing is a broader definition or broader protection in the policy than just sexual harassment. The current policy is in compliance with the law. We cover sexual harassment, but we also cover other protected classes through a different policy. However, what Commissioner Overman is proposing is just broader protection.
Chair, could
go ahead, Commissioner Overman.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recommend withdrawing the amendment, and then I'll offer a subsequent amendment to address some of the items that we've discussed today in order to honor Commissioner White's motion.
Okay, so that amendment's been withdrawn. So at this time, we're only, we'll just discuss Commissioner White's motion here, and I have a lot of people here. Commissioner White, did you want to speak at this time?
Well, I appreciate you withdrawing the amendment so that we can deal with the issue of sexual harassment, which absolutely does include gender issues as well. But it also includes sexual issues as well, advances, things like that, regardless of gender. So Commissioner Overman, I appreciate you withdrawing the amendment. And once we dispose of this particular item, I look forward to hearing the motion that you put on the floor, and we'll move from there.
Excellent, thank you.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. I was just going to say that, and we're going there anyway, but to me, these issues are not mutually exclusive. It's just more of a timing issue, and I was comfortable supporting where Commissioner White was going on sexual harassment today. And if we want to broaden the issue, we can do it in a separate motion or another meeting or create a different statute. I don't know, but I just don't think they're mutually exclusive. We can support both. It's just a matter of timing and how we go about doing it.
And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Just briefly, I agree with that. I'm happy to support it this way, but quite frankly, I'd support it the other way too, because I think anything that we can do to offer the broadest possible protection against any type of protected status harassment, we ought to do it. And as a general comment, these policies should never be static. They should be being reviewed constantly because things are changing in society constantly. And a policy that we think that we did 2 years ago that caught everything today needs to be relooked at because everything is evolving, I think, more quickly than we can even keep up with it. I'm happy to support it this way. I'm also going to be supportive of a broader change.
Okay, and I see no other comments by commissioners at this time. Commissioner Cohen, I share your view of this. I could have done it either way, so I look forward to the amendment because as I've heard from, I wanted to hear from the attorney's office, and once I heard, I think you gave it clarity, Ms. Beck, in terms of we can't do enough, and it is not a static thing, and so this is a good step to the future. So with that, we have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussions, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As Commissioner White's motion really addressed, the board policy 1.27.00.00. I believe that we could also benefit from updating policy 7.18. That actually needs to take into consideration the words protected status harassment. And so I would ask that the motion be that staff also review and make recommendations to both board policies as it pertains to expanding the language to protected status harassment that would include all the protected classes, including race, gender, religion, color, national origin, disability, marital status, age, genetic information, or any other characteristic that's protected by law.
Second.
Okay. I think that was.
I think we got it.
We think it's comprehensive until next week. Commissioner Overman made the motion. It was seconded, I believe, by Commissioners Cohen and Smith. Did I get everybody? Okay. And we've had discussion. I see no further discussion, so please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B3. This is to approve the film studio request for proposal in the form attached and presented. This has been a future issue for some time, and we have Tom Fast to present the item. We also have Tyler Martinulich with the Film Commission available for questions. And this is something that Commissioner Hagan has had as a future issue.
Commissioner Hagan, did you want to speak now, or you just have your?
After Tom.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So, Mr. Fast.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Fast, Assistant County Administrator. Agenda item B3 is requesting board approval of the film studio RFP. The board directed staff to prepare the RFP in response to the Film Commission study. Staff decided it would be helpful to issue a request for information, or RFI, to validate the study findings and hear from the film industry. We received a good number of responses, and the interest was mixed, including a desire to see state incentives, those seeking to expand their existing studios, and those desiring investments in a new studio. In short, the RFP is seeking proposals which are not site-specific and are not limited in scope in order to keep it as open as possible. Once proposals are received, staff will evaluate them per the criteria in the RFP and bring them back to the board for final ranking. If authorized by the board, staff will then negotiate the terms of the agreement with the top-ranked proposer and bring that agreement back for final consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And seeing no questions at this time, and Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I make my remarks, I would like to ask our film commissioner, who Bonnie said is here. He's on the front lines and is the industry expert, and I'd like to hear from him. Specifically, Tyler, if you could just take a moment and share with us why this is a needed project, what it would mean for our local industry, as well as your understanding of the level of interest for this RFP.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Hagan, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Tampa Bay film community. I also wanted to take the time to thank quickly Greg Horwedel and Tom Foss, excuse me, for their diligence in going through the results of our previously submitted study. Really appreciate that. But to your question, Commissioner Hagan, since 2013, Film Tampa Bay has helped oversee the growth of film and digital media projects throughout Hillsborough County. This is in spite of the state not providing a competitive climate for film and digital media. We have continued to grow despite that as a market, but we are at risk of reaching a saturation point for the level and volume of projects our market is able to facilitate. I fear this is coming in the very near future, where we will be turning projects away actively, or worse, employing another county or region's workforce. We're already seeing the current volume of productions needing to look outside of Hillsborough County to find and train crew. To stay competitive, Hillsborough County needs a multifaceted film complex with a priority on workforce training, educational partnerships, community access, and competitive tools and rates for all of Hillsborough County production companies. This need has been confirmed through a comprehensive study, countless client and stakeholder meetings, and I believe is further confirmed by the level of interest in participating in this potential RFP. My office has fielded dozens of calls from high-level companies interested in investing or expanding within Hillsborough County, and we can look to other cities that have invested in similar projects, Austin, New Orleans, Miami, Atlanta, to see the very real results a public-private partnership can yield. This is not an investment in a single company or a building. It should be an investment in a community. There's not a single industry in the United States that does not take advantage of film and digital media in some way. It is up to us to find creative ways to continue to grow our workforce and build creative and forward-thinking partnerships that will ensure our competitive edge as a county long into the future. I appreciate your time and support of film and digital media. I'm confident the film community will rise to the occasion if given the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that update. Board members, in December, we heard how well our film commission is performing, yet despite record numbers, we still lag behind our in-state competitors, not because we're a second-tier community, but because we don't have the one key amenity necessary to attract larger projects and generate more local revenue in salaries, rents, and ultimately hotel and sales taxes. Simply put, the county lacks an appropriately sized studio to accommodate larger productions. These larger productions would hire more local workers, rent local buildings or other properties for on-location shoots, book more local hotel room nights, and buy more local goods and services, all of which would generate more in local sales taxes and hotel taxes. In December, the board voted 7-0 for staff to draft an RFP and bring back to the board for approval, with Commissioners Kemp and Smith voicing some concerns at the time. Over the last 6 months, I can tell you staff has worked tirelessly on this RFP. As Tom said, they took an additional step, including soliciting a request for information in order to see the interest in a P3 for a large-scale studio and to provide information to assist staff with the RFP. A couple of points from the RFI, and Tom mentioned this. There was good response and feedback, which according to staff is rare in an RFI and indicates the industry is eager for the RFP. They did receive a mixed response, which is typical when discussing incentives and economic development proposals. And the RFI validated the Film Commission study that a film studio is badly needed. In fact, according to staff, if the response wasn't so encouraging, they would not have recommended moving forward with the RFP. So we have the RFI. We also have a thorough study of the state of film and digital media in our community, which the Film Commission performed in 2020. A couple of points from that study I want to read real quickly. On page 39, it is apparent when examining the compiled inventory list by studio size that Hillsborough County substantially lacks proper studio space resources relative to the proportion of industry professionals that are active in the area. Tampa is at a stark disadvantage when it comes to competitive studio space and studio space size comparable to the other major markets in the region. Even if the region were able to attract larger budget productions and money into the area, there are no large studios to be able to house these productions in Hillsborough County. And then on page 75, to conclude, both local and out-of-market productions wish to produce more content in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County, and in order to do so requires expanded facilities to meet the requirements of the production. A larger soundstage provides the area with a facility to market and to attract major, larger-scale productions to support our advertising and production companies, as well as major corporate brands who wish to produce more content in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. So we have an RFI, we have a study, we've just heard from our film commissioner, who is the industry expert on how badly this project is needed. Again, I know staff put in a considerable time on the RFP, so I'm not going to dig into the weeds. However, I do want to point out a couple things, and Tom touched on my first point here. I like the RFP is open-ended, and there are few restrictions or conditions included. This should allow for a wide range of proposals, which gives us the best opportunity to have a successful P3. While we have set aside $2 million in funding, funding is intentionally not mentioned in order to get a better understanding of what the private sector will bear and to ideally minimize any county funding. It is also site location neutral, also an attempt to minimize county funding. All of these, which I think really make good sense. However, one thing I think we need to highlight is the importance of the community benefit of this project. That section, I think, in the RFP is a little light. I think we do need to leave it open-ended, however, but I do want to be clear on what my intentions are. For any P3, there must be a significant public purpose. Now, the challenge is we cannot definitively determine what we can accomplish until we see what the proposals are, and staff will tell you that. As is included in the RFP, this is an economic development project, and as such, we should be looking for job creation ad valorem, as well as diversifying our economic development opportunities. As I pointed out in December, which is often overlooked in the film and digital media industry, is the technology element and the high-wage, high-quality jobs that are associated with it. The industry state average in wages is $81,000, which is 64% higher than the state's overall average wage. But in addition to all that, ideally, what I would like to see in a successful P3 would include community benefits such as positively impacting the surrounding community. That is mentioned in the RFP. In addition to that, workforce training and developing and growing a talent pool. The educational component is extremely important. High-tech facility would allow students to engage in programs above their current curriculum. And Tyler can tell you this because he teaches at University of Tampa, or he taught at University of Tampa for a number of years. But it also provides a pipeline for students to get real-world experience. Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Kemp have both spoken the importance of apprenticeships. I would be looking for apprenticeships and internships to be available, as well as public access TV, I think, which would allow access for everyone's voice to be heard and to communicate the needs of the community. Lastly, before I make a motion, I want to point out a couple other things. By approving this next step and putting out the RFP, it does not lock us into anything. There's no commitment on our part. It simply allows us to see what the market will bear and to find out if it makes financial sense to partner with the private sector. However unlikely this is, according to staff and Tyler, but if the responses are weak or unacceptable, we can always cancel or not award a winner, similar to what we did recently with Mosey. Any potential county funding will be treated like all of our other economic development projects, and that there's no upfront dollars. Any funding is reimbursable after the specific metrics are met on the front end. Also, I asked staff this because I couldn't recall. Staff does not ever recall the board directing staff to draft an RFP only to ultimately not approve putting it out on the street. And the last point, I mentioned this last time, specific locations are intentionally not identified, but in the study that was conducted, a number of locations were identified from a geographical and synergistic perspective. None of those are even in my district. So while we can't say, for certain where this studio would go, in all likelihood, it will either be in District 3 or in District 1. So I just want to point that out. And with all those comments, I want to move staff recommendation to put out the RFP.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioners Overman and Myers. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing this forward and creating some flexibility on how the RFP can function. I'm hesitant to take on another facility project, but I am incredibly interested in supporting the film industry in Hillsborough County. We need diversity in our employment base. In the past, we've had efforts to create jobs in our area that have not necessarily delivered the type of jobs that we would like to see. And in this particular case, the film industry frequently has a multiplier effect in our economy in many, many ways, not only jobs, but tourism and a variety of other things. And there is a wealth of talent, not only in Hillsborough County, but in our region, that can help facilitate this opportunity for great economic development should this move forward. So I am pleased to support the motion. I'm very interested in seeing on how the RFP evolves. I've had mixed opinions on incentives programs, but in this particular case, if we're able to compete with other areas that are able to create film opportunity in an industry that's quite complex, I'm eager to look to see how we can put that package together. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I'm not able to support this today. I do not see the public purpose, or at least any public purpose that could not be claimed by any other private, for-profit business looking for government dollars. As far as jobs, I haven't, in my discussions with staff, I have not been convinced that, in fact, I've been convinced that a film studio cannot create enough jobs to be worth the kind of dollars, a couple of million, maybe more down the line, that we are talking about investing. Some of our other business incentive programs, we get that money returned in a short order. In this one, I don't see us getting our dollars worth out of jobs, ad valorem tax base. Any business adds to the tax base. So why not invest in a culinary institute instead that would be supporting our struggling restaurants? I mean, this argument could be made for any private business. Government is not supposed to pick winners and losers in the business realm. We have a lot to do with our tax dollars, and this is not the role of government to me. Why this industry and not another one? Why any one business in this one industry and not another? In fact, this industry seems to be growing here without government investment or government putting their thumb on the scale. I just don't see the need for government industry for this industry, government assistance for this industry beyond the incentives we already provide. The county has provided over $1.4 million in incentives to several film productions since the start of the Major Films Incentive Program in 2016, with another $95,000 approved on the consent agenda today for the film industry. The RFI responses were enlightening. I note that one film studio already owns 580,000 square foot building just over the county line in Ellington. And another respondent said it is critical that the project must never become dependent on government support. We don't want to be using our county dollars to prop up a for-profit business that wouldn't otherwise be viable. And then they'll keep coming back needing support over and over, and we're in for a penny, in for a pound. Film studios come and go. Some succeed and some fail. Most of the ones that succeed are in states where the state invests heavily. But our state is not willing to spend tax dollars in propping up this private industry. So I just don't feel that our county should take this on with our scarce county tax dollars that have so many other public purposes to put them to right now. So that's just to explain why I won't be able to support the motion today.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
I think that Commissioner Smith actually makes some excellent points, and I share a lot of the concern about picking an industry over others and whether or not this is the role of government. But I do think that where we are in the process right now is that we can do this and then turn around and decide not to do it. And I think that if we, as I'm going to do right now, put the industry on notice that by going forward with this, that in no way implies that I'm going to support it down the road. I think it just then gives us the opportunity to get more information back. The work's already been done on the RFP. It's already been done on the RFI. If we cut it off now, we're really not going to learn anything. But if we go forward with it, we might. And we might get something, we might get something by way of proposal that seems interesting to us and maybe doesn't cost a lot of money. Maybe not. We'll see. But I think that for me, the real issue is that I can put potential respondees on notice that this is not a done deal. This is not something that we're going to automatically support. But on the other hand, I think it's just, at this point in the process, sensible to go forward and let the thing go out and see what comes back. I know a lot of you probably have taken some tours of some of the film facilities that are in our area. I've done so recently. I've been very intrigued and interested by what I've seen. And if anything, it's just left me wanting to learn more and wanting to figure out whether or not there is an opportunity for us to start to expand in this very interesting part of the economy. So it's with some misgivings that I'm prepared to support this now. I want to be clear, though, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be willing to go for whatever comes back.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
I'm going to be very, very brief. For starters, I welcome Commissioner Cohen's comments. I completely concur. As I said before, this does not lock us into anything. Again, never before, at least the staff can recall, have we requested to issue an RFP, yet do not put it out on the street to see what the market will bear. Just to address a couple of comments Commissioner Smith said, and I've said from the beginning, I've actually been in a couple articles stating no interest in recurring dollars or yearly operational support or anything to that effect. Also, one thing that I also want to mention, she mentioned helping, like, not for one business. The reality is, and Tyler touched on this, but he said it briefly, and I know he was speaking fast, but a public-private facility gives a competitive edge to all production companies in the county. It's not for one particular business. So it makes all companies, their ability to bid on projects, more competitive. So I want to point that out. And again, the industry's average is $81,000 per job. These are high-wage jobs, the kind of jobs that we always talk about wanting to pursue. And the reality is we don't know what the market will bear until we'll find out, but I am encouraged by what we'll find out. And again, any funding that we would give, but again, we are not locking ourselves into any funding with the RFP. There's no mention of county funding. But any funding that we do consider or we do provide is not upfront money. It's paid after the fact, after the business or the company meets their obligations, meets their metrics, and is paid after the fact. So I want to point that out as well. Thank you.
At this time, and I will recognize you, Commissioner Myers, but I'm just going to speak to this. I'm on the page here with Commissioner Smith, and I just want to say to staff, and I do think Mr. Hordell and Mr. Fast did a good job of trying to make this RFP make some sense. I think that was hard to do. It was almost like we had $2 million sitting out there and we had to think of something to do with it, or it was burning a hole in our pocket. And I just think it's not coming around the right way. It's neither in any way comparable to what they're doing in Austin, which I read quite extensively about. And I've read about incentives around the country. And the fact of the matter is everybody apparently started jumping, and I mean states, started jumping on the incentive package around the country. And almost all 50 states did it. And now about close to 20 states have now dropped it. And they're doing, by the way, hugely more incentives than we're doing. And they're competing right across the borders. For instance, in Georgia, where they're giving away like, I don't know, $100 million a year or something like that. So that this is like not, something that's really going to do a lot for us. But however, I just went and I looked at a few of these, just in terms of economic development. There's ample studies and reviews all over the country that show that this isn't a good economic development project. The University of Southern California Price School of Public Policy says they had a study, lights, camera, but no action, looked at sales tax and lodging tax waivers, finding no future employment in those incentives. The study also found none of the incentives affect the share of motion picture business located in each state, California and New York, now having to do actually huge incentives because all the other states were doing it, but they had the bulk of the industry. And now a lot of the industry is actually moving back in those states. Just actually, a lot of it was going abroad for cheaper filmmaking or to get some kind of incentives. State of Michigan put $37 million into, I saw a study from the state of Michigan, $37 million into incentives. And their study, very thorough study, showed it resulted in 262 jobs. So they could have paid every person, more than just straight out, more than $150,000. It didn't give the benefits for the community. Study after study from these states who have dropped it, these kinds of incentives, and these are big incentives, but study after study showed that they actually received less from incentivizing. So for every dollar they incentivized, they maybe got 60 cents back. And many of the people come in from outside, do the work, and they either pay their taxes outside or the benefit travels to back home to where they are with these productions. So it's not really, in terms of an economic benefit, unless we do local, companies, it's not really that are sitting here and work here. It doesn't really give us that benefit. I will say too that I was one of the things that's cited here is we don't have studio space enough. But the consultant study we had, they categorized studio space as over 10,000 square feet as being large. But somehow we're saying we need 40,000. Diamond View, which I think is probably the one that many of you saw or have toured, which is doing amazing work and is up as what we know as the former University Square Mall, is written in that consultant study as having 4,000 square feet. They are now just about to have 100,000 square feet. And as well, they're doing training through USF, UT, and HCC. And I've talked, to, how we can, because it's local training and local jobs. And, we had some recommendations by this consultant study. When they asked all these stakeholders, what do they need? Guess what? There wasn't an answer that said more studio space. It wasn't. It was barely there. Incentives money was the big thing that they wanted, and that's very. We can't really. We don't have the resources to provide that in any way that is meaningful in this. We also have just. They're not even opened yet. I read about in the Tampa Bay Business Journal, Black Horse Studio, moving into West Tampa in a historic building that they're investing in redoing to have it there. And they're moving from North Carolina because they want to be here. Many of the people that were stakeholders identified making commercials as more, what this area is, can look at as an area to focus on. And I just think that this isn't as hard as staff tried, and I feel like they did. This isn't a well-tailored RFP that hits the mark of what we would do. I think it's unclear what our mission is in doing this, moving it forward. We've underfunded our Tampa Bay Community Network. I think for a number of years we give $200,000 a year to that. They do a lot of training, and a lot of training that's meaningful and good in community service when they run that station. That's some place where I think we could invest more. Again, that's up at the university or the former university mall area up there, and that's something that we could consider, but I don't see how they apply for this public-private. My final concern is that we have this money, and what in the world we are picking winners and losers, whoever we give the money to, and at the loss of other competitive businesses that are doing remarkable jobs here in the community with their own money and resources. So I just feel like that is not really a way to go in terms of this. And we put out an RFP. They take a lot of angst and trouble answering that and responding to it. It's not something that's, not without a lot of wishes on the part. I think that's why, we've been contacted by different places because they've really put their efforts into this. And I just don't see that we should be, I think something else has to be thought. If this is the one industry, this is what we're doing, that we are somehow investing this into the lack of everything else. I don't see it as the value, value for as economic development. So I will be as well a no vote, and I'll remind you that we have Georgia to the north that is putting like billions in these productions, and there's not, I don't get so much heartburn. I mean, I want us to have that industry, I think, as well, Commissioner Overman, that it is a good local industry. I don't see that this is a way to do that. But, Disney is in Orlando, so I'm not like worried that we're not doing what, the giant or at least parity with Orlando or Miami that have had traditional legacy industries. But I am excited about the jumps and leaps that we seem to be having here, just how it's going now. And I wouldn't want to hurt that by funding competitors to that. Or, I think we should look at other ways of doing this. But with that, I'll recognize Commissioner Myers.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I'm going to support this project, and here's why. We have the opportunity for this project to come back to us later to vote it up or down, and we'll have more of the information to determine which way we should go for this project. And we look at the agenda item, the board voted on November the 16th to direct staff to come back to us to have the opportunity to support the project. And so we're going to go to explore, so that's one of the reasons I'm going to support it at this time. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hagan.
Final comments. It's clear to me that there's a tremendous amount of misinformation and misunderstanding of the industry. Not that it will alleviate Commissioner Kemp or Commissioner Smith's concerns, because they tend to oppose all of my initiatives, but I am going to schedule Tyler to come at a future board meeting to update the board on the status of the industry in our community. I think that'll help to clear up some of the misinformation and misunderstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no further discussion at this time. Seeing no further discussion, we can please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-2. Chair Kemp and Commissioner Smith voted no.
Thank you, board members.
And with that, Commissioner, I was Commissioner. I just made you a Commissioner, Ms. Wise. But I think right now it's 10 after 12, and it seems appropriate time here to break for lunch. If we would all agree, and we can come back and resume. How about if we do 10 after 1? Okay. With that, we're recess till 10 after 1.
These are the jobs you may not see every day, but just know we're working hard to make Hillsborough County a better place to live, work, and play. Subscribe to our YouTube page for more great county-related videos, only on HTV.
Hey, the new house looks great. How are you liking it here?
Well,
You wouldn't expect this in your home.
What?
Why on earth would you do it in ours? Hillsborough County put waste in its place.
Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag. You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look, no plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
"20 seconds is all it takes for a toddler to drown. In less time than it takes to post on social media or change the laundry, a child can slip out a door and silently drown. Nearly all the children who drowned last year in the Tampa Bay area were last seen inside their home. Visit PreventNeedlessDeaths.com right now to learn more about simple steps you can take today to save a child's life.
Hey everyone, did you know you could watch today's meeting live and on your smart device? Head on over to the Hillsborough County Meetings channel on the YouTube app. Click subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you can be automatically notified when Hillsborough County Meetings goes live. You can also browse any of our past meetings by swiping to the left and scrolling down. All that's left to do is just to click on a video. It's that easy.
And welcome back to the afternoon. We've ended our recess here at the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners afternoon session this afternoon. And we will start off with Ms. Wise. But Ms. Wise, I think that you need to do a proclamation now, an acclamation for our lightning team.
Yes, we tied the series, so we're very excited about that. Now they're going to be away, and we'll have to take the lead tomorrow.
Okay, good job.
Madam Chair, may I have a point of personal privilege before
Yes.
we get started? I just wanted to share with the board members while we're all here together in the sunshine that I literally just moments ago received an email on behalf of the Beesville community out in my district, which is a predominantly African-American community, and they have some questions about the process of the analysis of the African-American Cultural Center. I think they'd like to have the Glover School looked at and everything as a part of that. And I literally just forwarded Ms. Wise that email to ask for some help with that inquiry. But I just wanted to let you know for the record, seems to be a positive email by all means. But, they were tuned in, watching, and, would like to better understand the analysis and whether or not some of the cultural treasures in the Beesville community might be considered in that analysis.
Super history in Bealsville, so that makes sense.
I also was, I didn't recognize, we had Speaker Sheila Simmons this morning with the equity and the public health, our resolution, and she is the widow of Ike Tribble, who started the first African-American museum. And I just, I had it on my little list of things to check off and recognize and failed to do so. So I'll do it right now. So it's good there's just such great interest in it. It seems like came around from all sides today. So, and with that, Ms. Wise, you're recognized.
With that, we can go to the regular agenda, item B1. This first item is to approve the acquisition of some land of 73.73 acres. This would require a supermajority vote. And then this item, and then B2, they're both ELAP properties, but they would be by separate vote. But Forrest may handle both items together, and Forrest Tuberville will present these items.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Forrest Tuberville, Conservation Environmental Lands. The item before you today is comprised of two parts. The first is to request that you approve by supermajority vote a contract with South Bay CBD Holdings, Inc., Florida Corporation, to acquire approximately 73.73 acres for $3,137,000 located within the Bahia Beach Coastal Restoration Site as part of the J&K Platt ELAP program, and authorize staff to complete the transaction in accordance with the contract. The purchase price is approximately 111% of the highest allocated appraised value of the two appraisals prepared for the county, and in accordance with Section 125 Florida statutes, the board is required to approve this contract by a supermajority vote. Part 2 of the item is to approve a budget amendment resolution to realign $1 million within the ELAP Bond 2019 fund currently budgeted in the ELAP acquisition project to the ELAP restoration CIP project, and that's in order to provide for things like fencing, exotic plant control, and habitat restoration. So in terms of capital acquisition costs, it'll be $3,237,000 for acquisition and $1 million for capital management costs.
Thank you. And I'll recognize first our in-house board expert on ELAP, Commissioner Smith.
Well, we've got a couple of experts on ELAP up here, but I will say that this acquisition is especially dear to my heart. When Forrest was first telling me some time ago that this was finally happening, my legislative aide said, "Oh my God, I've never seen her so excited." I have been advocating for this acquisition for a long, long time. I nominated this parcel for conservation in ELAP eons ago, and I worked hard with the community to fend off development proposals for increasing the density that could have been built on this sensitive, environmentally valuable land. Mr. Kurt Gremley must find this acquisition as satisfying as I do. You know, Kurt is in our ELAP real estate acquisition team, and he has been working very hard with a long string of various property owners over the years trying to get this acquired and protected in the ELAP program. This is the missing puzzle piece needed to connect a wildlife corridor we have been putting together over the years, and this connects it at the mouth of the Little Manatee River, if you can see on the maps, to a whole string of preserves north of there and all the way to E.G. Simmons Park and Wolf Branch Creek, which connect Tampa Bay to the river here. And at this point in the river, it's full of mangrove islands. It's very shallow. And so it's really a connection to the Cockroach Bay parcels and preserves south of the river, because there's a few times during the year that this river gets so shallow. It's quite easy for wildlife like the bobcats and foxes and certainly otters and raccoons to get from island to island and get across from one side to the other. So it's really a great piece, and I hope that we are able at some point once again to have the kind of a small low impact boat ramp access to the river and bay that we once had here. So with that, I would like to make the motion to approve this acquisition.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Are there any further comments? I'm surprised there are none. But Commissioner Cohen.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that also I think what's great about this is we're going to get reimbursed for 89% of the cost from a grant. So it really is a win-win in that way too. So.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. It certainly is. I think everyone here is very excited to vote on this. And with that, may you please record your votes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is B2, the related item that will be under separate vote.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. Again, Forest Turbeville, Conservation Environmental Lands. As Bonnie mentioned, B2 is related to B1. And on this one, we are requesting that you approve by supermajority vote a contract with the South Bay Community Development District to acquire approximately 10.88 acres for $463,000. That's also located within the same parcel within the Bahia Beach Coastal Restoration Site, and to authorize staff to complete the transaction in accordance with the contract. Purchase price is, in terms of percentage, the same, 111% of the highest allocated appraised value of the two appraisals that were prepared for the county. And in accordance with Section 125 Florida statutes, the board is required to approve this contract by a supermajority vote. As detailed in the background, the county will be reimbursed $412,000 from a Restore Act grant. Capital acquisition costs of $463,000 will initially be funded by ELAP bond proceeds, with the Restore Act grant providing reimbursement of approximately 89% of these funds to the county in accordance with the grant. As related in the background, all capital management costs and additional operating expenses are being addressed in the agenda item of a related acquisition, which is B1, which you just approved. This action does not increase the current budget for the ELAP acquisition or ELAP restoration accounts. And Again, just to clarify on the previous item, we are getting reimbursed $2,832,000 out of the $3,237,000 purchase. So altogether, both of these items, we're getting reimbursed about 90% of our costs.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman to move item B2. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And we'll
Thank
have
you.
a lot more places for wildlife to move through Hillsborough County. And with that, we'll move to, I believe, item B5, Ms. Wise.
Item B5, and Ivy Martin is going to take us through this item. This is my annual performance appraisal. Before we turn it over to Ivy, if I can just say a few words, if that's okay, Madam Chair?
Sure.
I just wanted to say that it has truly been a privilege and an honor to serve this past year. As we all know, and you heard this morning, all our community partners, it has truly been extraordinary, and I am so proud that I was able to be a part of that. I wanted to thank all of our over 5,000 employees who wake up every morning to serve our citizens. And I appreciate the partnership that we have formed and the trust that we have found in each other. And I just want to thank you for having given me this opportunity. So,
Thank you. And we'll be talking more about that. But and I think also we have two new board members. It's the first time for, I know you've probably been engaged in watching it, Commissioner Myers, but the first time that we've done this. We also have our new human resources, Ms. Ivy Martin. So this will be Ms. Martin's first opportunity at this, correct, Ms. Martin?
yes, and we have Ivy Martin online for this item.
Good morning or good afternoon, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to present this item, B5, which is to facilitate the board's annual performance appraisal process for the County Administrator Bonnie Wise for the review period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. During this process, it is customary for the board to share any feedback with the County Administrator regarding her performance and discuss any performance increases for the upcoming term. And lastly, to identify the term for the possible extension of employment contract. So if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, I'd like to start with displaying and presenting the overall performance rating scores for the County Administrator's evaluation.
Move right ahead.
And let me know that you can see my screen.
We're about to. There we go.
Perfect. So I'll start out by just outlining what each performance dimension and then the overall average rating for each dimension, which is based upon the scores from each individual commissioner. So for the performance dimension of strategic management, the overall average rating was a 4.43. Performance dimension 2 for leadership is an overall average rating of a 5. Performance dimension 3, judgment and decision making, an overall rating of a 5. Performance dimension 4 for fiscal resource management is an overall 5. Performance dimension 5 for responsiveness is an overall 4.86. And for performance dimension 6 on communication is an overall 4.79. And then that brings the overall average rating for the performance for the dimensions section of the evaluation to a 4.9, which is a rounded score. I'll then proceed to move on to the second component of the evaluation that provides ratings, and that is the performance objectives. So for performance objective number 1, connection to the community, the overall rating is a 4.86. For objective 2, fiscal responsibility is a 4.86. Objective 3, responsive and responsible employees is a 4.5. And objective 4, delivery of core services is a 4.86. The overall average rating with rounding is a 4.8.
Do we still have you?
Yes. So I was trying to figure out how to stop sharing my screen.
If you move your mouse up to the top center, there should be a stop. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So at this point, it's time, this is the opportunity for the board members to be able to share any feedback with Ms. Wise that they would like to share on the record regarding our performance rating before diving into the other two components of the performance evaluation process.
Okay. And thank you so much for reviewing the rating scores. Now it's the time for board members to share any feedback with Ms. Wise regarding her performance during this rating period. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Ivy, for going through that and kind of explaining how the structure of our evaluation process works. But I just want to share my comments because I gave you all fives. So because I just think I just think you're awesome. But I think the part of the reason why the overwhelming response is because of what I had as a committed public servant wanted to see is our county's services be customer focused, that our citizens are our customers and have that focus of excellent customer service. And that takes enormous effort to lead that kind of cultural shift. We had it, but I think we now have got it down to a science, especially in the last year, given what we've experienced, where the customers were coming to the door faster than we've ever seen, I think, in history, when it comes to the need for services, support, rental assistance, all of it. You being able to bring the staff together when they were working remotely and deploy just massive amounts of energy and having the courage to step to the plate in the middle of a pandemic was impressive enough. But to be able to take the lead and really work with the staff in a very constructive, calm manner when all of us were running around with our hair on fire. And you did a marvelous job of managing the task of, as we heard earlier, with all of the organizations that all came to the table to say, hi, how can we help? Coordinating not only all of the county resources, but the community resources too, is not a small, didn't take a small effort. And not everybody's good at those kinds of things. And I would say part of the reason why I didn't even know where to start, I would have been writing for the rest of my life to try and really share my appreciation for you and for the staff's trust in you and your leadership. You were obviously able to exude that and deserve that trust. And I just want to thank you for all that you've done for us in the last year.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for Ms. Martin. Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin? Oh.
Ms. Martin,
Yes,
the board's other two direct hires are on a December cycle with respect to their contract expiration. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. December 31st.
Okay.
Commissioner White, I think we were going to handle these after we got through first with the evaluation. I think the issues probably that you're trying to address.
Okay.
Would you be able?
Is that the plan?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know before we got off track here. We'll do this and then we can go back. Yeah.
I'll wait and get back in the queue.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I don't know if right now we'll do general comments. We'll just move with that. We do have a couple other issues that Commissioner White was bringing up. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to just start out by saying that my evaluation was a little bit too late to be included in the summary of comments, and I wanted to just point out that the most important thing I said is that Ms. Wise is truly a pleasure to work with, and I have really enjoyed the last 7 months, the professionalism, the way in which I believe that you are truly an honest broker, and I appreciate very much your sort of laying things out and letting us find our way, and I think that's what we've been doing. I wanted to just point out something, though, that I noticed about the evaluations from all of us. And that was that in the category of financial management, we all gave Ms. Wise a 5. And I think that's really important to point out, because I think that that sends a real message to bond rating agencies, to agencies that have actual control over how much interest we pay when we borrow money. That level of confidence that we exhibit in her and us expressing it should send a message that we are stable and that we handle our finances in a very responsible way. And that translates into real savings for our taxpayers. The cruelest tax of all is an interest payment that's higher than it needs to be, that just sort of disappears into thin air. And I wanted to highlight that because it's more than just a positive evaluation. It's something that really does translate into, I think, real dollars for the county. And I just think it is important to point it out. But again, I have found this process, it's a big job being elected to this board. Commissioner Myers is giggling as I'm saying that, but you all know when you first got elected, it was a lot. And without the cooperation and the guidance of the county administrator, the job would be much, much more difficult. And I think, I know I can just speak for myself in saying that it's truly been a pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I wrote plenty of glowing comments in the review. So I'm not going to go over all of that. I think where you have the full support of this board. But I will note also that besides the financial, you got all 5s from this diverse, broad board in several categories, including leadership and judgment. Very key categories. And, 4s are not bad either. And you've got high marks across the board. And I echo Commissioner Cohen's appreciation, as you know I do, of your being an honest broker and a straight shooter and no hidden agendas, so that we can all, as you embrace your role, we can embrace our role. Everybody can stay in their lane. We have the separation of powers working the way this county should work, and that's because of you. That's because of the way you've taken the reins as you came into this role. And it's a reflection, everything you do, I think, is a reflection of a very clear, evident passion that you have that is shown in every aspect of your work for this county and this job and what we do here. And you have a great passion for that, and that is contagious, and it expands and explodes from your position through the ranks and to us. So I thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Stellar leadership. Bonnie Wise, my mind is reflecting almost 30 years ago when you provided stellar leadership for the county's Housing and Finance Authority Board. And today, I'm working with you as our county administrator, and you continue to provide stellar leadership. And I thank you for doing that. I also like to take time to thank your employees, because they have been just superb. I've taken all of your directions, particularly during the pandemic, and rearranging their schedules to meet the needs of our citizens, to make sure all of our services were delivered in a very timely and efficient manner. But most important, as already been said, is the financial piece. And in my comments, I constantly reflect the three major budgets that was under your leadership: unincorporated county, countywide, and then we received the $256 million in CARES funds, $1.8 billion countywide, and I think $5.8 million in unincorporated county. And our staff, under your leadership, didn't miss a beat. So thank you, and I save all my other comments when we get to the most important part of the contract. Thank you.
And I'll say I'm we heard a lot, and I agree with everything that has been said. I liked it. I saw your comments, Commissioner Myers, and I am very grateful about the budget. But as you know, I've for 4 years asked that we see the countywide and the unincorporated county in the way that it's expended and taken in. That's in somehow we were never quite given that. And I think the transparency and accountability that you've brought by having those two budgets, but Commissioner Myers, you threw in that third budget, and when I saw what you said, I was right there with you. That's true. You have managed three massive budgets that I think few people understand, and you've done it with deftness, transparency, accountability that I've not seen before, and I'm extremely, extremely pleased with the direction that the county is going in. As well, I think I've heard, from my vantage point, as much as I hear staff are very, very happy with your leadership at the helm, and feel like for them it's a great opportunity in their own realms and areas to move forward and to work. I mean, I think there's an uplifting of morale, and then during this terrible period of time, I just think you've done incredible work. It's reflected in what every single commissioner here said. You're a magna cum laude. I can tell from the ratings here, and I know that is in the county maybe. With your international mahjong recognition, that may not rate, but it means a lot to us here and to the 5,000 employees and everyone else. So it's just all good news, and I am so looking forward, because I know for any administrator, there's going to be areas that they're not really familiar with, haven't delved into, but I can see that you are working so hard to be open to those ideas, to look at how to analyze those, to go for the big picture for the future for Hillsborough County, and I feel as though we're in very, very good hands. With that, I think we can move on. I know that Ms. Martin was going to then look at the two remaining items, as they say, the important items here, to discuss. Ms. Martin.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. So next, it's customary for the board to discuss the rate of salary increase for the county administrator based on the overall rating earned, as well as discuss a possible contract extension that pleases the board. So for reference, I'd like to share that the standard range for a salary increase is typically between a minimum of a 2.75% to a maximum of 4% based on overall performance. The rate increase is typically made effective the same time that county employees receive their merit increase as well, once it's determined. And one last point of reference, it is also standard for the board to identify any contract extensions one year prior to the expiration of the contract employee's contract. So the county administrator's current employment contract ends on June 30th, 2022, and staff is requesting that the board please review if there is an extension to the county administrator's contract, that the expiration date be adjusted, as I think Commissioner White was maybe going in that direction, to be brought into alignment with the other contract employees' expiration date, which for reference is on December 31st, so that they would all take place at the same time. which would be the county administrator, the county attorney, as well as the county internal auditor. So, for example, if the board were to vote to extend Ms. Wise's contract 1 year, since it is, again, 1 year from the expiration of the contract, the expiration for a 1 year contract extension would be extended to, if the December date was adopted, to 2023. If it were a 2 year contract extension, it would be extended to December 31st of 2024.
Thank you. And at this point, I will, in terms of Ms. Wise's, I know we talked about this, Ms. Wise's percent pay increase, and she was actually very specific in saying that she didn't want it to, because we have not done increases with the county staff this year until others are eligible, that she would want hers paired with the rest of the staff in terms of that. And so I'm going to pass the gavel at this time, and I'll make the motion. I believe, and Ms. Martin, you can guide us here, but I think the 4% pay increase is the increase that we have awarded at the top of our pay scale here.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And so I'd like to move that we do the 4% pay increase, and that we as well make that effective at the time that our other county employees receive that.
Second. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Any discussion? Seeing none, record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, do we have as well, I know Commissioner White, I see we have two other names there, but in terms of the extension of the contract that Ms. Martin spoke about for the county administrator, do we have a motion with regards to the extension of the contract?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
My question to Ms. Martin, if we could look at extending the contract to 2025, the 3-year contract for additional.
There is nothing that would preclude the board from being able to move forward with a 3-year contract if it pleases the board.
I still have a vote.
So you move to extend the contract to?
December 31st, 2025.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Myers, and we have a second by Commissioner Smith. I'm sorry? Okay, and Commissioner Overman has a question?
Okay, and this actually relates to the extension, but also the timing. You know, having all 3 of our contracted employees come due at the same time when they're such a key part of our leadership would be challenging, in my opinion. I mean, to have to go to negotiation and then possibly have to make any considerable changes in leadership all in the same year would be problematic. So can Ms. Martin actually advise us where we are if we were to go with 25 and the other 2 contract employees that also would have expiring contracts for renegotiation?
Yes, Commissioner Overman. Currently, the other 2 contract employees' contracts are set to expire on December 31st of 2023. So that would be 2 years prior to 2025 in the event that that's what the board votes.
Okay, so thank you very much for the answer to the question. My hesitancy to go all to everybody in December also was, how do we deal with it if everybody's coming due at the same time? That's a lot of change if change is required or if a retirement should sync with it. So I'll be happy to support the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor with Commissioner Myers and seconded by Commissioner Smith, and that would be to do the contracts to 2025, to December 31st, 2025. And are we doing all all three, or you're saying no, to keep the others at December 31st because they're there? Okay, I'm sorry. I was just thinking this through for a second. Okay, and so with that, I see Commissioner Smith.
Yes, and I just want to say that I think this is a really good move at the right time because, you know, we've had a 1 year, we've had a very trial by fire kind of year, and I think a 3-year contract gives us and our administrator a little room to really spread her wings and take off with the support of the board without anything hanging over her head. I just think it makes a lot of sense in terms also of communicating the confidence of the board to staff that this is where we're headed for a good while. So let's go.
Commissioner Cohen.
I not only do I totally agree with that, but again, I would add that it sends a sign to the financial markets and to anybody that wants to invest in Hillsborough County that we are stable and that we have confidence in our leadership.
And seeing no other comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, Ms. Wise, you can't get rid of us no matter what you do.
I'd truly like to thank you. I am humbled and honored, and I very much look forward to the coming years. Thank you.
It's our pleasure.
And Ms. Wise, I'll refer to you for our next item.
Very good. The next item is item B6, and Scott Stromer will take us through this item. This is an agreement with Westra Corporation, and this is for construction of project for design build of the South County Potable Water Inline Booster Pump Station. And then once again, just as a reminder, we'll take up item G2 after this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Item B6 is asking the board to approve the second modification to an agreement with Westra Construction Corporation for final construction and project completion services for the progressive design build of the South County Potable Water Inline Booster Pump Station project for Water Resources for a total guaranteed maximum price of $24,788,393.94, which is an increase of $16,422,581.84. Part B of this item is asking the board to approve a budget amendment and fund realignment to increase and appropriate $7.2 million within the Water Resources fiscal year 2021 capital improvement program budget to accommodate the modification. The contractor, as part of the original award, committed to subcontracting a minimum of 15% to disadvantaged business enterprise firms, and this contract commitment remains in effect. The project up to this point has involved design and involved the purchase of materials and equipment with very long lead times. The contractor is actually committed to subcontracting a slightly higher 15.1% of the entire project cost to disadvantaged business enterprise firms, the majority of which will occur during the construction phase. This is a design-build project, which involves the engagement of a firm for both design and construction. The delivery method allows design and construction to occur simultaneously, which can help speed the delivery of certain projects. So with that, Procurement Services does recommend approval.
Thank you. And we have a question by Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You know, just on the blush of looking at the description, there was, but given this significant increase in the financial commitment at this point, I had questions, and I thought it might be worth discussing in the public. Given that this originally was the design contract that now is a design build contract, the expansion of this level of services that we're requesting of the existing contractor who has agreed to do business the way the county wants to do business, you know, with the commitment to the certified disadvantaged minority and disadvantaged women business enterprise. Wow, that's a mouthful. You know, firms, and I would imagine also within an opportunity for apprenticeship types of opportunities. I will heartily support this effort, and I'll make a motion to move for approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, and I think it is important to get that on the record. As we all know, we are in dire need of improving our water delivery system for South County, and this South County inline booster pump station is an integral part of the solution. So this modification will allow us to speed up the procurement process using this design build method, and I believe it might allow cost savings as well as time savings. So good move.
And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
I just want to wholeheartedly echo what Commissioner Smith just said. As you all are aware, we both sit on Tampa Bay Water. You're going to see in a little while how close we are running to our permitted capacity, if not over it. We absolutely must do this. And this in and of itself isn't even going to be enough. Tampa Bay Water is doing a concurrent project that when the two projects are done, will provide the water that South County needs well into the future. But it's going to take us 6 to 8 years to get that, and this is not coming a moment too soon, because I know all of your offices are getting the same calls that my office is getting, which is predominantly from South County saying we don't have any water pressure. And we owe people to move as quickly as we possibly can on solving this problem. There are very few things around here that I would characterize as we absolutely have to do, but I do believe this is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And seeing no further comments, certainly breathing is first and drinking water is second. So on the hierarchy of what we have to be responsible for. So with that, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And with that, if we can turn to item G2, this is to receive a report on South County water demand. And George Cassidy will take us through that item.
Thank you, Bonnie, and good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. I want to share my screen, hopefully, and have a brief PowerPoint that I want to show you. And we should be up. So this was an item requested by Commissioner Smith. We just wanted to refresh everybody's memory about the South County water supply challenges that we have right now, not just the supply side from Tampa Bay Water, but also the delivery, the demand portion. This graph, which you saw several months ago, is a two-part graph. It's the stair-step graph was provided by Tampa Bay Water, and that shows their capabilities to supply water. And the curve on the bottom is our demand, what our customers are using on a daily basis in South County. And so a couple of points of importance are those, we refer to them as pinch points in 2024 and 2028, where the supply and the demand become really, really close. Over the last couple of months, we've had a very hot and dry spring. And if you look at how much water was provided during that spring period, and worst being, say the worst, the highest demand was in May, in the month of May. You'll see that on May 21st, we were at 58.6 million gallons. That was just in South County alone. It doesn't include really anything north of the Alafaya and in the Northwest. And so we were above what is Tampa Bay Water's permitted authorized amount for that month. Now that doesn't include for the year. It blends over the year. In fact, they've returned back to a lower level now that we've gotten rain. But it was in May. It was very, very high. So a couple quick points. May was really hot, really dry for us. Across the entire service area, we had a demand of 100 million gallons per day. In South County alone, it was, certainly a portion of that. And in Tampa Bay Water's permit limit for the South County is 58.6. We exceeded that. A couple of interesting points. April continued to set records for new water meter installations. And in April alone, it was 825. That represents 825 new homes, 825 new water demand locations. Across our service area in the South, customer complaints were up significantly. Our typical call-in from customers based on water pressure or lack of water pressure, could hover around 30 or 40 per month during an average month where we're getting rain. In April, it was around that average, but in May, it shot up. We had 141 complaints about low pressure. We respond to each and every call. We go out on site, we take a look, see if there's something that we can do to help that out, whether it's valve manipulation, whether it's just discussing with the homeowner what time of day, when did they see the issue, and maybe we can work with them to find a reasonable solution for their household. Nonetheless, complaints were up significantly. We're blessed that June brought a lot of rain so far. Our demands went from 100 million gallons a day down to 70 million gallons. So there's a 30 million gallon difference between rain and no rain. And so we're meeting all of our obligations right now. All of the complaints have gone down significantly. And certainly we hope that this rain stays with us for the rest of the summer. The phase one projects that the board approved several months ago, one of them being this booster pump station, which, by the way, thank you for approving that. We're expediting that project in every way that we can. That will provide additional pumping capabilities and delivery capabilities to those customers in the South. We will have significantly improved our delivery capability, hopefully as early as November of this year. So it's right around the corner, certainly in advance of the next dry season. Also being worked through is our second big project in phase one improvements, which is the 42-inch pipeline. That project will be coming to you very soon for award of the successful contractors, and we'll get that one launched. That has a little bit longer lead time. That's a several-year project. But again, it's all designed towards additional capacity delivery down south until our new water campus is built at the Agmar property. And that concludes my presentation. I did want to ask Chris or James if they're on. There is a South County map of the service area that you may have. If you could show that. Yes, that's it. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And can we see that map again, just a moment? Yes. The blue area is the South County water customers that we're talking about here. This is a huge area. These water issues are now affecting a lot of our citizens, everyone south of the Alafaya that is in our service area, including RP2 and WVR2 if they hook up to county water like they must if they develop at that density. Every new house that hooks up to water in this area is adding to the demand and adding to the problem. The people in this area are getting a lower level of service for drinking water than everyone else in the county. These people are suffering water pressure problems and water restrictions that the rest of the county is not subject to. And if the problems get any worse, these are the people who will be suffering the consequences. Thank you. Can we go back to slide 2, that slide with the pinch points, the chart of supply and demand projections? Y'all will remember on February 24th, we had a board workshop on water supply and demand, and we saw this chart. But this update is, indicating that things aren't getting any better. In fact, I'm very, very concerned. want to make sure that we're all clear about the green line and the blue line. The green line is our permitted allowed water withdrawal level. The blue line is, we've got pipes that can push water through, but only if we go above the green line, we're over pumping our permits. And over pumping our permits is not just a matter of paying fines. If we keep going over our permits, we risk damage to the environment as well as impacts to nearby drinking water wells. If we do enough of that, we have to start testing the wells in the area who will be impacted by this. So I also want to point out that we have been growing faster than the projections. Those orange dots out into the future, that's our best guess, our projected demand, based on some kind of old figures of the Bieber maps that haven't been updated recently. Now, the first three dark triangles there, that's the actual delivery. So we know for a fact that's how fast we grew 2018, 2019, 2020. That showed a demand increase that shocked everyone at Tampa Bay Water and in our own planners, with more than 7 million gallons a day rise in 2 years. That was unprecedented and unpredicted. And yet the projections that we're showing indicate that we somehow now expect to flatten the curve of growth in South County. The orange dots are not predicting demand to continue rising at the same rate as they have recently. They're predicting a slowing of growth. And only if we have that slowing of growth do we eke by those pinch points at 2024 and 2028 if that infrastructure comes online in time, on time. And nevertheless, the blue star shows a demand of whatever that was, 70-something, 71 gallons per day, well above our permit limit, almost, pretty near the 74.6 million gallons a day that our pipes can hold. We are far exceeding projections. We exceeded the permitted level every day in May, except May 1st. April set a record for new connections, and last I heard, May is on track to meet that record. So, you can take the chart down now, but I'm really worried that if anything, if we grow faster than those projections, if the infrastructure doesn't come on right on time, things will be worse. So I think staff needs to review and reassess these growth projections. We need to be looking at the number of, the projections we're looking at are based on Bieber projections and our comp plan. They're kind of high level. We need to be really looking at the number of building permits that have been requested over the past 6 months, over the past year, to determine the demand that is coming online. If you're only looking at water meter hookups, you're in a reactionary mode. We have to be looking at several of these parameters to really reassess these projections and make sure that our projections become more accurate for the next few years than they have been for the last few years, because they've been wrong for the last few years. Mm-hmm. So we need to make sure that we understand where we're headed. Also, I think staff needs to fix the way in which we ensure that water capacity is available for new development before it is permitted. And I've been talking with staff of water utilities and development services, and also the planning commission staff. I'm not saying anything that they don't see, they don't agree with, that everybody can't see. This is pretty obvious that we need to be looking at this in a fresh way and doing things differently than maybe we've been doing in this kind of crisis situation to make sure that we're going to have capacity in this interim time for any new houses. Our current method of ensuring water concurrency is clearly not working. Our land development code says we're supposed to be reserving capacity at the preliminary plat stage, at which point the county grants a concurrency certificate of capacity. So it's like, you know, at the preliminary plat stage, we reserve capacity for this one, then we reserve capacity for this one, and then that one, and that way we're sure. But somehow we're not reserving capacity for each development. Somehow our water capacity is being overdrawn, as we can see with the complaints about water pressure skyrocketing. ABC Action News recently showed people turning on their water faucets on the television news and a little trickle coming out. Facebook is full of these videos. People are sending them to me. They turn on their water faucet, little trickle. People are saying they can't rinse the shampoo out of their hair. It takes forever to fill up a coffee pot, and they're showing this on television. And it's not just the low pressure that's a problem, but high pressure. In order to get all the water down to the south in these critical moments, we've been having to force it too hard at the north end. And does Mr. Cassidy, do you want to confirm or say anything about the risk of having too high a water pressure?
So we've already got some situations where we have some claims of for damage inside homes with plumbing. You know, what I can tell you is that I believe the standard, the plumbing code standard, is around 80 pounds per square inch, 80 psi, and we're well above that during certain periods of time when we're having to push water hard to get it to the southern reaches of the service area. So just as much as low pressure is a problem, too high a pressure is equally a problem. So we're balancing that as best we can, but it is an issue.
Thank you. I appreciate your confirming that, so I don't sound like too much of a Chicken Little when I'm asking us all to face the facts of where we're at as we consider how to address this. Tampa Bay Water overpumping our permitted level, those impacts are serious, and meanwhile we've already placed South County on water restrictions. So we're here. We're at a tipping point of overdrawing our water capacity, and we cannot let this get any worse. What does worse look like? Worse is when water pressure drops so low that people are put on boil water notices and fire hydrants don't function, and people start suing us for failing to meet our state mandated responsibility to provide water at a standard level of service, not a trickle, not overdrawing our permits, not at too high a pressure in certain parts or too low in others. And we have to do that concurrently with new development. We have to make sure that new development, there's capacity at the time we allow it. So, you know, I'm just making a suggestion here that staff does the two things I mentioned, and I don't think we need a board motion for that. I think it's obvious, and I think staff agrees and is currently working towards these ends to, number one, make sure that our projections for water demand in South County are accurate, because they haven't been. And number two, because they haven't, when I say they haven't been, I mean, we weren't projecting this tipping point with these problems. And number two, to fix the way in which we ensure that water capacity is available for each new development before it is permitted. water utility staff is going to be needing to determine whether water is available for new development at every stage, rezoning, subdivisions, plat, and commercial site plans. So, I'm really glad that staff has come before us today to update us on this, so we will not be surprised when we start having to make some tough decisions at any of those development stages, because we have to do more than just indicate whether development is in the service area and whether there's pipes nearby to hook up to. We have to evaluate whether we can actually supply more water to more people without further lowering the water pressure or causing those high pressure problems for everyone else. And in RP2 and WVR2, which we're just now looking at, it's not enough to say, okay, let the developer pay for the pipes to get the water. We need to make sure we can put water in those pipes for hundreds more houses at a time without further lowering the level of service for everyone else that's in South County. Finally, I would just like to ask that we could see quarterly reports, even if it's just data reports without presentations necessarily, just so we can monitor whether this is actually getting better or worse with things like data like the number of hookups in South County, the number of building permits that are coming online, the number of pressure complaints, maybe a graph of where we are in overpumping our environmental permits, and a graph of the actual water demand compared to this projected demand, so we can all really be monitoring this together. I think that we will be able to come up with solutions. We might investigate the possibility of requiring reclaimed water for lawn watering to be piped in the developer's expense. I mean, there's things that we can look at, particularly in WVR2, RP2, or but I'm just glad to get us all here facing the facts on the same page of what the issue is, so we can all be working together towards the solutions in this tricky 8-year near-term period. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Smith, for explaining much of which is very helpful for us to understand the correlation, obviously, between how much of a deficit we have and how important it is to recalibrate that deficit as it grows, ebbs and flows based on our approval of permits. I think that's critical. But, last year I brought to the board for approval, which we did, is a plan to restrict watering for landscaping, which creates a great demand. And in Mr. Cassidy's report today, he showed that after it started raining, there was a $30 million a day, 30 million gallon a day difference when it started raining. So it would appear as though people are watering their plants unless there was the ability for people to use their own wells for water. There's still a lot of landscaping out there that's getting watered. If we need to potentially really look at our code to determine the value, actually underlying value, on a recommendation on the Florida-friendly landscaping that requires a significantly less water, it's still beautiful. But it's less water than lawns, where we potentially, and I don't know where the legality is, because many of the HOAs will require watering lawn and then fine their citizens when they're not able to keep them green. I know my yard, which has bromeliads and very friendly Florida landscaping, looked like somebody had took a blowtorch to it, so it was looking really bad before it started raining again. But I think it's important that we do everything we can. And so as we take a look at how do we best plan for the demand that we have, I think we need to really seriously hold the line on how much of it goes towards lawns. Because it is, honestly, in my opinion, not the best use of a precious resource. And if we could, if we need to do it by encouragement, that's great. If we need to do it by mandate, I hate to do that. But at this point, we're behind the power curve on this planning. And that's what I've just heard from our report and from your comments. We're not going to suddenly plan ourselves out of this problem that we're in. And it's going to take all of us, I think, to really look at that. So I would ask, to staff to look at that, to see if in our planning, if there are additional other methods, whether that be in land code, permitting, design, requirements, or recommendations, depending on how you do it, that we incorporate as much of the landscaping specs as possible to minimize the impact of what is fairly clearly a big number. $30 million difference, 30 million gallons a day difference because it started raining. It's obviously we're watering a lot of land without necessarily making the people who need to drink it the priority. So I'm going to just say in our process of looking at this that we really look at other ways that we can complement the work that's being done to plan for the expansion of water. I'll stop there.
Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I want to just address a couple of the comments made by both Commissioners Overman and Smith. Commissioner Overman, to your point, one possible reason that we are seeing this large spike is that there is an exemption for new landscaping. So with the 800 homes that got that were listed having been added, those would all be exempt from the restrictions. The other thing is that if your landscaping died because you were following the restrictions and you replanted, my understanding is that also puts you outside of the restrictions. So there may be some in encouraging Florida-friendly landscaping. It that may go further than you think, because on new construction or on replacement landscaping, you're going to see a real drop in the number. I wanted to just Commissioner Smith gave an excellent synopsis of what we have been hearing at Tampa Bay Water, and I just wanted to make 2 points. The first is that the demand chart that you saw, so there are lots of different demand projections out there. The one we're looking at is actually the worst case scenario. So they are, in looking at the worst case scenario, totally undercounting what the problem is. And everybody concedes when they had a choice between Tampa Bay Water's numbers and Hillsborough County's numbers, and there's different numbers that can be looked at. They just take the worst case scenario and everything, and we're blowing through that. The second thing that I just want to make sure this is clear, this is not a long-term problem because of the action that this board took today. As long as we are making the investments in building out our infrastructure and Tampa Bay Water is doing the same, which they are, we will be through this in 6 years, best case scenario, 8 years, maybe more realistic case scenario. The problem is, and Commissioner Smith used the words interim time, the problem is this interim time. And so it's very important for the public to understand that we are taking the steps to solve it, but you can't just turn on a switch and all of a sudden produce more water delivery capacity. It's gonna take 6 to 8 years, and it's going to be very, very expensive in order to do it. And our real test here is, what do we do to mitigate in this interim period? How do we figure out how to muddle through what is essentially, in best case, 6 years? That's if everything goes perfectly. So I just want to make sure that we point out that the action we took today is the long-term fix. It's just that it's a little longer term than we would like. I
don't see any other comments here, but I I mean, I think there's been a really good discussion, but I especially like to thank you, Commissioner Smith, because I feel like the emperor has no clothes, but everybody's turning their head the other way. And, you know, that I know in my 4.5 years on the board, and I was also on Tampa Bay Water, but there was no direct discussion. And I've heard it many times here, and not so much even a discussion at Tampa Bay Water on the year that I was there. Although I just heard an ominous, we hardly have any water in South County. We hardly have any water. And I'm like, well, what? Please be more exacting about this. And we didn't really quite get to any exacting information that that could get us to a place where we need to be. And well taken, Commissioner Cohen, that, hopefully at 2028, that this, we have addressed this. But whether it's 6 years or 8 years, there's quite a long period in between. And this is not a small problem. This is a really serious problem when 141 calls that they have are people that can't turn on their faucets. It's our job under state statute to address this ahead of time. And at whatever, it hasn't happened. I've been quite interested, and you said quarterly reports, and I had already before, as you were talking, before you said that, I wrote down quarterly reports, because I think one thing we probably need, and I don't like the idea of just putting them in there. I actually, even if it was just 5 minutes of keeping us aware, I've always wanted to know where we are, and see a trajectory of the past, but also housing starts, and building permits pulled, because then we know we're close to this. Whatever it is that we need to say what we need to say to move us forward through these 7 or 8 years in a responsible manner, because this is not responsible. What we're doing now is not responsible. When we've come to this point, we've already dropped the ball, and we have to figure out some way. While we're having all these land use items come to us from South County in the next 6 to 7 years, how's that going to happen? I don't know where that leads us or how we go, but I think the first thing is, one, recognizing the problem as you've put out so well, and then 2, continuing to acknowledge it. And I really would want an oral report here so that we just keep the pressure on ourselves and the acknowledgement on ourselves, and that this just doesn't go away, or it's not, on you. I know our water resources department brought it up, but that it is just out there as our item to deal with. What are we going to do? And, Commissioner Overman, you pointed out some good possible small fixes in this, and maybe, not letting the sodding happen during our dry season, totally not, letting that happen, so that if it happens when the rainy season starts. That would be perhaps one thing. It's still going to be the next year in trouble. The other thing I'd like to let people, because I did point this out to Water Resources when I was talking to them, there's many people that believe that there's that the HOA is protected in what they do in requiring certain kinds of landscaping and rules like that. But actually, that was legislatively changed in 2000 when I was an aide to Sarah Romeo in the state legislature, and she presented the bill, and it was signed by Governor Bush at the time. And slowly people are learning that this exists, this capacity to change things. I've also been very interested, actually, in looking, as they do, as I understand, on the islands and other places, some kind of cistern system that we could maybe add as a credit to, for individual homeowners. And I know it's in Seminole Heights has worked for some people who have done that, as old-fashioned as it sounds, that it could be an effective way, and maybe much cost less than the going for the reclaimed water. So those might be all these possibilities that we can look at. But I thank you for bringing it to our attention. I think not even planning to, but I said earlier, drinking, breathing, and then drinking, and lawns come third. But I understand it takes 50% of our water resources are done on landscaping. So I think we'll really have to be attentive to this, because I think this is an extraordinarily serious issue that we cannot continue to just sweep under the rug, so to speak. And I guess with that, we don't have any motion with regards to this. It was just good discussion, I think. And thank you for alerting us. And Ms. Wise will move to the next item.
The next, can you hear me? There we go.
Now we can.
The next items are the board appointments, item F1. And as a reminder, you all put A52G to be heard at this time as well.
Thank you. And I'll first recognize Commissioner White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, one of the outgoing members that we're replacing today hails from Plant City. There has been a long-standing tradition of a Plant City resident serving on this board. This has never been a partisan issue. When the Plant City person has left in the past, there's always been a Plant City person come forward with community support. That person this year is Jim Scott, applicant number 12. I know Jim personally and can attest to the fact that he would be an outstanding member of this board. So I'll be casting one of my votes for Jim, and I urge each of you to do the same and honor the tradition of giving Plant City representation on this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
So we're on the Tampa Sports Authority.
Yes. Well, I guess we're going to be on the first one. Is Ms. Finley?
The first board is the Tampa Sports Authority, yes.
Tampa Sports Authority.
Is Ms. Finley present?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I can't hear you very well. Okay, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. And the one point I would make here is that I think it is vital to have at least one woman on the Tampa Sports Authority. Unless we nominate a woman, appoint a woman here, we will still have an all-male board. And with sports in particular, I think it's really critical to have both genders represented, at least to some extent. And with that, I will ask for support for Ms. Penny Parks on this list, who I know very well, who, in addition to some sports background and sports involvement in sports, she has a financial background. And I think that's critical also to watching the taxpayer dollars that move through this board as the Sports Authority does. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to point out from this board, it has been a number of years since an African-American person have been appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to the Sports Authority Board. So just want to bring that to our attention.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman?
Thank you. And I just wanted to kind of address Commissioner White's comment. You know, I've actually had an opportunity to make some changes in boards in the past. And what you've mentioned is that there's been a legacy of Plant City having a position on this, which I truly understand. What I have done in the past for the boards that I have had an opportunity to impact, let's just put that with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board as well as with the Commission on Human Trafficking, I've reached out to the actual board and had the board adjust the bylaws to assure that representation from each of our municipalities, if that was an important item associated with the mission of the board. And when I took a look at the description here, I'm not seeing that there is that element in the bylaw. There is 11 members, 1 Hillsborough County Commissioner, and 1 City Council member from the City of Tampa. And then there's appointments by the Board of County Commission. There's an appointment by the City of Tampa, which is actually each of those 2 entities have 4 members. And then we're typically 4 members, and then the governor has a member. But I hear you. It's been a long tradition, and I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that there isn't necessarily what I can see in the bylaws, that there's a provision from each of the municipalities in this particular authority. So I'll stop there.
Commissioner White?
So, Ms. Beck, this board was created by special act of the legislature. So to what extent would that board or this board have control over that issue?
Commissioner, yes, I recognize it was created. I don't know how detailed they got into their requirements, so there may be some wiggle room for us. I don't know if Mary Helen Ferris is on and can answer that, but if she can't, we'll have to, maybe look into that a little bit further. Mary Helen, are you able to answer that?
Not completely. I would like the opportunity to look at their bylaws and look at the documents, if that's where the board wants to go, to see how much room and what we can do. But I would like to have that opportunity to look at the documents first.
Okay, I was curious. So.
Commissioner Overman, given that, I would say that if 4 commissioners aren't prepared to vote for Jim Scott today, that we just make 1 appointment and defer the second one till we can get more information on that issue.
Okay. And I would just like to comment, for one, the Sports Authority is, as I understand, 2/3 of the funding comes from the city, or from the county of Hillsborough, 1/3 from the city of Tampa. That's how it's funded. That's why they have the specific appointments that are made. And that would also do with the interlocal agreement. In unincorporated Hillsborough County, we have 1 million people. And while I agree that Plant City would be significant, it is 40,000. And certainly there's no equal representation in there. But finally, I'd like to say, we haven't had a woman we had a woman for just a short time, or maybe it was for longer than that, but from the city of Tampa. But I feel as though that is a representation that has been obviously among 12 or 13 members that has been very missing. And I also am supporting Penny Parks. She has a financial background, but she's also significantly involved in golf and has been part of planning national golf championships. We have 3 golf courses. So I'm really, her expertise and work in this area, I think, be very exciting. But I'd like to see the Sports Authority with, some kind of true representation, actually, in terms of that. But right now we're at 1 woman, possibly. After most of the time that I've been a commissioner, there hasn't been a woman on that board at all. But I see there's a few more comments here, Commissioner Myers, and you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to save my comments to the end, but since we are just talking now, I want to go ahead and put this out there. What I like to do is work with staff to explore new opportunities for applicants who apply to serve on the various county boards would have an opportunity to serve on the boards. And what I'm saying is, many times there are the same individuals reappointed. And when we have new applicants that apply, they do not get a chance to serve our various boards. So I'd like for us to look at that to see how we can make some changes in the number of years that they will be serving on the board.
I mean, like maximum
And
term?
Yeah, yes, maximum terms, yes.
Term limits. And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on the issue of there being no women on the Sports Authority. I just don't see how that can be allowed to stand.
Thank you.
Given that we are in the 21st century and that there are so many issues that a woman's perspective would be, I would think, helpful. I mean, you talk about golf courses alone. I do notice I'm also going to be supporting Ms. Parks for one of the two appointments, and I do know that that is going to require a motion to waive the residency requirement, and I wanted to go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen and seconded by Commissioner Smith to waive the residency requirement. Commissioner White?
Yeah, I just want to say for the record that I don't support waiving the residency requirement. You pointed out yourself, Madam Chair, that 2/3 of our residents live in unincorporated Hillsborough County, and that's a representation issue as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, and seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Okay, and with that, I guess we'll move to Ms. Finley. We've finished the discussion for voting.
Okay, so are we choosing one or two?
Two.
Two.
We're going to choose two. Okay. So Commissioner Kemp,
6 and 10.
Commissioner Overman,
6 and 10.
Commissioner White,
6 and 12.
Commissioner Cohen,
6 and 10.
Commissioner Hagan,
8 and 12.
Commissioner Myers,
9 and 11.
Commissioner Smith,
6 and 10.
who will be Patrick Mantiega and Kenny Parks. Your next board is Career Source Tampa Bay. There's actually two ballots. The second ballot, all the workforce, the education, and the government, those will be automatically appointed. The number of vacancies was filled by these people. On the first ballot, I need you to choose 9 under business. So Commissioner Kemp, 9.
17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, and 28. Did I give you 9?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Commissioner Overman,
17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Commissioner White,
17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Commissioner Cohen,
17, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
Commissioner Hagan,
17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Commissioner Myers,
16, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 26, 27, and 28.
Commissioner Smith,
17, 18, well, no. Sorry. Okay. 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28.
it will be Michael Bach, Richard Bennett, Sean Butler, Andrea Chichon, Gary Hartfield, Benjamin Hom, Robert Hyland, Steve Morey, and Don Noble. Your next board is Code Enforcement Special Magistrate. Please choose one. Commissioner Kemp.
35.
Commissioner Overman.
I'm sorry, hang on 1 second. I lost my place. Magistrate?
Yes.
35.
Commissioner White.
36.
Commissioner Cohen.
35.
Commissioner Hagan.
35.
Commissioner Myers.
36.
Commissioner Smith.
35.
Will be Philip McDonald. Your next board is your Healthcare Advisory Board. There's 3 positions listed. The last position, Network Provider Hospital. Gene Early has contacted the hospitals for that appointment, so Anthony Escobio will be appointed. I need you to choose one member from each of the 2 above categories. Commissioner Kemp.
37 and 39.
Commissioner Overman.
37 and 39.
Commissioner White.
37 and 39.
Commissioner Cohen.
37 and 39.
Commissioner Hagan.
Same.
Commissioner Myers.
Same.
Commissioner Smith.
Same.
It will be Edith Erb and Charles Patrick Ryan. Your next board is your Human Relations Board. Please choose one. Commissioner Kemp.
16.
Commissioner Overman.
16.
Commissioner White.
22.
Commissioner Cohen.
16.
Commissioner Hagan.
16.
Commissioner Myers.
22.
Commissioner Smith.
16.
Ross Allender will be appointed to the Human Relations Board. Your next board is the Value Adjustment Board.
And before we do this, I'd just like to say a word. Number 44, Sean Simon, has served on it since 2019. He's a newer appointment. I'm on that board, and he's served well, and I'd like to see him continue.
Commissioner Kemp.
44.
Commissioner Overman.
44.
Commissioner White.
44.
Commissioner Cohen.
44.
Commissioner Hagan.
42.
Commissioner Myers.
44.
Commissioner Smith.
44.
It will be Sean Simon, reappointed. Then your next board is the Health Council of West Central Florida. Zindri Smith had applied to another board. He wasn't appointed, so he will be appointed to the Health Council. Historic Preservation's Challenge Grant Program. Michael Hewitt and Georgie Feshoff also applied to other boards that they weren't appointed to, so they will both be appointed to this board.
That's actually, we have pulled that, the original, that got pulled from our consent agenda this morning, which it would have been voted on.
No, this is Historic Preservation Challenge Grant Program.
No, that's the one that got pulled by consent. It wasn't?
Historical Advisory Council got pulled.
There's another historical thing.
It was A52G that was pulled.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
A different board.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so Historical Advisory Council.
My mistake. Okay, so Historical Advisory Council.
Madam Chair, before we get to the pooled consent item, would it be appropriate to confirm the appointments from the F section of the agenda?
I think it would. We could confirm the appointments that have been made so far, because that's just a discussion, or maybe.
I'll move to confirm
Second.
the appointments.
Okay. Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Overman, you didn't have anything to discuss at this time, correct? No. Okay, I didn't think so. And with that, maybe we have a roll call. Please record your vote. Old habits die hard.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And now we'll move to, or we'll have discussion for that pulled item. Commissioner Overman, you pulled that item.
Thank you. Thank you. The Historical Advisory Council did receive one application by the deadline. There were other applications that were received after the deadline. And given that there was only one application actually received by the deadline, I'm going to recommend that we should re-advertise. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith, that we re-advertise that position or positions. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
And with that, I think we're on to our next item, Ms. Wise.
We are. Next item is Commissioner Smith's item F2, to direct staff to prepare a letter from the BOCC for the chair's signature with comments and concerns regarding the State Road 56 extension project.
Thank you. And if Mr. Brewer could put up a map that we've supplied of this, what this item is addressing. The map that I'm showing is in your backup. It's in the FDOT document that you had there. And I'm just going to briefly tell you that what has led us up to this point. The FDOT held a meeting back in August of 2019 to begin discussing a road project that would extend State Road 56 from 301 to Highway 98. They invited Zephyrhills City Council, Pasco County Commission, other stakeholders, but nobody from Hillsborough County. They paid $1 million for a study starting back in 2019, which narrowed down the possible corridors from 7 possible routes to 2. And those 2 are shown on this map. I call them 2. The number 1, where number 1 is, that's basically a road widening way to get from 301 to 98, and that would be corridor 1. There's kind of 2 little lines on the across the bottom, but that's essentially 2 variations on 1 route. So the study that they did, the $1 million study, getting to this point, produced an ACE report, an alternative corridor evaluation, to get down to the corridors. That's a 333-page study. The FDOT completed another report, an existing conditions report, at 176 pages, including several pages listing all the considerable endangered and threatened species in the area where the corridors are shown to be going through Hillsborough County property on that bottom map. While all this work was being done, they never notified, much less consulted, anyone that I can find in Hillsborough County until now. They didn't reach out to our ELAP staff, they didn't reach out to our MPO director, and they didn't reach out to us. Finally, when that $1 million study was finished and the routes, all those reports had been done and the routes had been narrowed down to from 7 to 2, they sent out an email blast notification that included some of us. On May 26th, they notified us that they'd be holding a public meeting on June 15th, yesterday, 3 p.m., in Zephyrhills. The email didn't mention this, but the website said that public comment would be closing on July 5th. That's the 4th of July holiday weekend. Now, I've given them a piece of my mind about how we've been left out of this process until now, and maybe others have too, and at any rate, now they've postponed the public meeting and extended the comment period. So we now have time to provide some comment, and that's going to be my motion. But first, let's talk about this proposed road corridor that could cut off our ELAP land from the adjacent preserves to the north. So, what I'm really concerned about, and what the Parks Advisory Board has written a letter with their concerns about, that was in your backup also, is the kind of 2 variations on the theme of the route that goes north-south right over the top of our Lower Green Swamp Nature Preserve and actually dips into our ELAP property there, and cuts it off from the Upper Hillsborough Preserve, the Upper Hillsborough Preserve areas which are owned and managed by the state. The thing is that all of these preserves together form a huge ecosystem and wildlife habitat and corridors and wetlands connections, connecting with the Green Swamp as well, and the Hillsborough watershed, the whole Green Swamp water system, which is the source of the Hillsborough River, the main drinking water source for the city of Tampa. The Lower Green Swamp Preserve, our dark green area there, is the area formerly known as Cohen Ranch. It is a 12,800 acre preserve that is one of the crown jewels of our ELAP program. It was brought into ELAP in 2010, and since then our county's citizens, by the way, I was very involved in bringing that in, and since then our county citizens have invested considerable tax dollars, staff work, and plenty of volunteer efforts in the conservation and restoration of this precious natural area. In fact, just last Saturday, I was out at this preserve with 250 volunteers and plenty of staff planting 20,000 pine trees. The Rotary Club was there with the Sustany Foundation, the Sierra Club, and several groups, including the Hillsborough County Republican Club and the Hillsborough County Democrats. I mean, this is, just everybody. It's one of our most essential preserves. It's teeming with wildlife from Florida black bears to eagles, from orchids and endangered and threatened species, and it's full of crucial wetlands. And FDOT is considering plowing a destructive road through this invaluable environmental system that belongs to us. And so I'm hoping that we will be able to provide a letter of comment to that proposal. I have asked Forrest Tuberville to be here. He's the Director of Conservation and Environmental Lands Management. I don't know if he's still with us. If he is, I'd like to ask him if he has any suggestions for such a letter, and if he can help explain any of the details of the possible impacts of the proposed corridor before I make my motion.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm here. I appreciate that. And, I think the Parks Advisory Board letter with the detail it provided was very insightful, especially regarding the impacts to the wilderness area itself. The wilderness area I consider the Lower Green Swamp Nature Preserve, which is approximately 13,000 acres, Upper Hillsborough immediately to the north and adjacent to our preserve. That's another 26,000 acres. So combined, that kind of central area in between Highway 39 going all the way up to Highway 98 is a 39,000 acre wildlife corridor that connects the Green Swamp north of Highway 98, which is about 131,000 acres, connects that all the way south into Hillsborough County lands within the Lower Hillsborough Wilderness area. That's comprised of about 24,000 acres. So this is truly an important wildlife corridor. Not just that, but also the ecosystem services it provides in terms of water quality, in terms of ecological benefits, threatened and endangered species. This is the type of permanent negative impact to a large-scale ecosystem that has just, to me, unacceptable long-term effects. We've worked very, very well with DOT in the past as the ELAP program on many different projects over the last 2 to 3 decades. I would even go so far as to say is we have a very good working relationship with DOT. With that said, in my opinion, looking at this route, which is 3B, this is really a non-starter. This is something that is so impactful to our Lower Green Swamp Nature Preserve and the larger ecosystem as a whole, that it's just, it's very hard to understand why it was proposed in the first place. And from an ecological, environmental, and recreational perspective, it's not something that I could ever support, regardless of what, mitigating factors there may be, or what carrots would be thrown out there to, try to entice this particular route to get be constructed.
And if I may just follow up, Madam Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Tuberville, for just your straight shooting on something that I know has political angles to it as well, and I very much appreciate your honesty in expressing your concerns. I agree that the letter by the Parks Advisory Board, which was attached in your backup, is an excellent letter explaining concerns in detail about the impacts to our natural resources. And Mr. Tuberville has explained some of those. And so I think that would be a great starting point for our letter. They include in their letter some details about possible impacts to our carbon credits program. We are paying for the restoration of this area with an innovative carbon credits program that would be threatened if there were uses through it that were not agreed to at the time we signed on with the carbon credit people and the or management companies. The federal grants that we've already spent on hydrologic restoration, I just don't even know how our credibility would be blown with that. The issues with our management plan and procedures, such as prescribed burns that have to be taken on this preserve in order to maintain the ecosystems, would be curtailed, if not halted, by a highway running through it, and the wildlife habitats and corridors, et cetera. Mr. Tuberville, as we think about what content to probably send you and our chair off to address, is there anything else you'd like to say on the record as I make a motion to write a letter?
No, Commissioner, I think you summed it up very well. And again, this is one of those permanent impacts that's very, very difficult, if not impossible, at least from my perspective, to support.
Thank you. I would also just like to suggest that our letter, that the letter I'm going to move that we send, if the board agrees, that it should also politely request that we be not only notified, but consulted and involved in any further discussions of this route and any future routes of any future roads that FDOT considers building or widening within our county or in any place that might impact our natural resources and nature preserves within our county. And so my motion will be to direct staff to prepare a letter from the County Commission for the chair's signature with comments and concerns regarding the State Road 56 Extension Project to be sent to the Florida Department of Transportation prior to the July 23rd public comment deadline.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioners Overman and Myers. Is that correct? And with that, we have many commissioners that would like to speak. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
I'll keep this brief, but I think as it pertains to, notice This board, as well as a few of our preceding boards, and obviously our excellent staff, have made a commitment to preserving our wetlands, our environmental lands, and our what's left of our wildlife corridor. And when you look at the overall long wildlife corridor from Key West all the way up to the northern border of Florida, the biggest hole in that corridor, if I could recall, is Hillsborough County. We can't keep doing this. And so I think it's critically important that the letter actually really elaborate any wildlife corridor that is our county is dependent on maintaining, or at least supporting, is one way to maybe word it. But I do believe that it is critically important. They have already breached the Hillsborough, in the map at the top, where they have that road that goes across to 98, has already breached the park, the Hillsborough Upper Park. So it's very clear that if it is not protected, it won't be. And so I think I'm very much in support of your letter from all of us, assuming the motion is approved. Thanks.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to say I appreciate Commissioner Smith's comments and leadership and bringing this issue forward. Many years ago, I was the commissioner who championed the preservation and restoration of Cohen Ranch, and as such, I agree with Commissioner Smith's comments regarding opposing anything that would negatively impact this pristine land and wildlife corridor.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Commissioner Smith, it's a shame that there's even a political angle to this. Mr. Tuberville has provided us with his expert analysis, and that should stand on its technical merits. Someone clearly dropped the ball in failing to recognize that wildlife corridor protection is a statewide issue and most certainly a regional issue. I very much consider myself to be part of the conservation community, and Commissioner Smith, in a recent article that you and I were both quoted in, I was quoted as saying that the conservation community can expect me to weigh in on their side on this issue. So just to echo the sentiments that have been expressed by other commissioners, Commissioner Smith, thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward.
And I don't see any further comments. I'll say, Commissioner Smith, when I first heard about this, honestly, I was in disbelief. I spend half the time that I have in regional transportation meetings or Hillsborough County, the CCC, the TMA, TBARDA, I can't even, all of these, and some that are focused just on Pasco and Pinellas and Hillsborough. And in all those hours, all that time, it honestly makes me very infuriated to have not had this brought to our attention in Hillsborough County. And I think there's something broken in the system that's not part of it till they do $1 million study. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Tuberville. Are the two routes, they're only talking about those two routes, or did you just show, I might have missed this, you might have said it, are there only two alternatives going through our property in Hillsborough County, or are there other alternatives as well that they're discussing in all this?
So, Commissioner, they originally looked at 7 alternative routes. They have now narrowed that down to 2. One of those routes would go north along 301, cut over Chansey Road, go north, and then head northeast along State Road 54 before it hits Highway 98. So that's Corridor 1. That's one of the options. And those are all existing roads that would just need to be widened. That would not be a new road. The second option is what we've just been discussing, Corridor 3B, which would head south along Highway 301, then cut over toward the east at the county line, and basically go straight along the county line east of Highway 39, then bisect the Lower Green Swamp Nature Preserve, where it joins up directly with the Upper Hillsborough Preserve, That's roughly about a 7.5 mile stretch heading east. And then after it exits the upper Hillsborough, it would directly connect to Highway 98. It looks from the aerial that it would also be bisecting some pretty significant wetland areas that are on private land as well.
Thank you. I don't get it that this hasn't been part of a conversation with Hillsborough County. I find it incredibly disturbing that it's gone this far, $1 million on these alternatives without talking to Hillsborough County. It's just takes me. I'm very, very, very disturbed that it could possibly somehow in process that this could be true. The other thing and this has been talked about, but even if it didn't go through Hillsborough County, and I think maybe everyone talked about this, but I've brought several times toll roads through the wilderness that the state of Florida, MCORS, had planned that there are 3 significant ones. They did take one of them out this year where they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, but these were not touching Hillsborough County, but I have spent time in public hearings talking against them and yet didn't have the opportunity to address this. But the other is that there is a film, Thin Green Strand, I think it is, that many of us know about, that talks about the wildlife corridor that exists through going north-south that's been cut off primarily by the I-4 corridor, and there's no longer a way for traveling, for wildlife to travel across that corridor. You can imagine if you had to cross I-4 where you would be. Much of it is developed, and there's no opportunity to retrofit in many of the areas around I-4 because of the urban style development even that is directly around I-4. But there are 2, and that's why they call it the Thin Green Strand. There's 2 possible areas for wildlife to still travel. They still have the challenge out there of I-4. And those are to the west of Plant City, from the Thonotosassa area to Plant City and Hillsborough County. This is from east-west across the state, a barrier. But there's that one little area in Hillsborough County, and then there's one area to the east of Plant City and to Lakeland. Those are the 2 areas that are left. And this appears to be impacting one or both of those areas in addition to I-4. And so I think if any of this is done, even outside of Hillsborough County, I don't know if there is, I imagine maybe there's part of that where, but it seems to me like as if the whole thing should be elevated, quite honestly, to allow passage, or quite a significant part of it, especially through the lower green swamp as it's placed there. So I'm just adding that to the conversation, but thank you again, Commissioner Smith, because I don't know where we just barely made it through a conversation, and we wouldn't have done so if you hadn't individually specifically called up FDOT and had the time extended and gave us an opportunity to weigh in. Pretty amazing. And so with that, I don't see any other commissioners wanting to make a comment at this time. So we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, and it was seconded by Commissioners Overman and Myers. And please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
The final item is future discussion items.
And we had such a civilized meeting today, too. We got to eat lunch. So future discussion items. I see we have Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you. Recently, board members, we all received 2 emails sharing similar concerns involving pet resources, including there's 4 issues I want to identify. No animal control officers at night. Only take strays if severely injured. Shelters by appointment only, even though the Humane Society has been open for months. And not taking owner surrenders. So I'd like to ask the administration to bring back a report simply explaining the basis or reasoning behind each, and also include any changes that either will be occurring or any improvements that the board should consider.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. I think I also heard that they had stopped doing TNRs for kittens or something like that. So if you could add that to his request. I'd actually like to ask staff to come back to report to us to give us any ideas that can be made to address the Apollo Beach Preserve safety. The loss of 3 lives this week, especially from the hero that tried to save the father and child, was evident that it's an area that could use some really creative ideas to improve the possible safety in that area. Inlets are always very dangerous, and not everybody knows that. And so if there's anything we could do, or if you could let us know what the various departments that are involved with our recreational areas or our preserve areas, that would really be great. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't see any future discussion, any other discussion at this time, so we stand adjourned.